Guess we should start this broadcast.
Let's do it.
All right. Well, actually, I just did, and let me put it over here some. Okay. All right. Welcome to What Did Foolish Do? Question mark. This is episode something. Did I put 9? Episode 9? Which technically it's episode 11, but we're not counting the first two. And heck, there's only one.
I was wondering about that, counting.
Yeah, I mean, I ended up not counting the first two since we started on a Saturday and Sunday, and yeah, I didn't count that.
Those days.
Because and Sunday was just a company meeting. That's what we did. You know, we just had a public company meeting, which is kind of what we do a little bit of every day. That's the format of the show. We start off, like I get up, well, crap, if you watch the promo, then you should know. But I work, you know, early in the morning. I get up, I start working, and sometime around now, I'm about sick of doing it. So I move on to different aspects of the business side of the business, not so much the coding and all that other junk. So I'm doing a lot of that because I have some colleagues here, and actually, where the hell are you, Michael? So anyway, my colleagues are Brantley and Michael. Michael's not with us right now. Brantley is better known as Board, and they're my colleagues in the sense that they work for their own company, dSupportOnline, which they own, which I also have an interest in. And they do, support and all that good stuff for my products. But up until now, it hasn't been included with my products. It's a separate thing. They're a separate company. Oh crap. Anyway, that's not going to change, but what I've done is Foolish IT is now contracting them to do a number of things. So they're going to answer the phone, probably Foolish IT. Oh, school. Oh, yeah, he's in school. They're probably going to answer the phone, Foolish IT. And they're going to do things for you as if they were me. As I have done things for you. There are some newer options, though. We are combining services, still providing those services, but we're adding more value to them because it's a combined effort. And we're not separate entities pulling against the same pool of resources. So, anyway, in addition to a lot of the business stuff, Brantley, for example, does a lot of bug testing, what you call reproducing issues. We're actually building a bug tracker right now, which we're getting some issues slowly added to it that we can reproduce, or things that we not necessarily can, but they come up enough, apparently, that it's an issue that needs investigating. And then some new features are going in there as well, which during these sessions, and part of the format of the show is we sit around and we talk to each other, and it's about tech stuff, it's about business, it's about news, it's about personal stuff sometimes. There may be some strong language, but this is what we're going to do. There's a transparency now, and granted it's an experiment. You know, I like it.
I like it.
I have fun. So we have other techs on the show, and we talk to them about maybe what can make my software better, or maybe something else is going on in the industry. Maybe we just shoot the shit. But anyway, I've done, most of my stuff for today. So right now it's a casual format. We have Joseph on the show. Joseph is a tech that I just met. I don't know, last week, man.
Yeah, well, maybe 3 or 4 days ago, maybe, I think.
Yeah, maybe not even last week. Wow, awesome. And already I like him. So
That's
he's
a
back.
plus.
Yeah. So anyway, we're just going to sit around and talk about some stuff. Joseph had some questions about some of my products, and I was going to answer them. Actually, I did before we started broadcasting, but I can do that again in a little bit. Try now. But Brantley, you had some stuff. I mean, do you want to add anything before we get started? Did I leave anything out other than Michael?
I don't know if I heard the training stuff, which was part of the main thing. Did you mention that?
The training stuff.
Yeah. We do training on all your applications.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. We can talk about that. Okay. I just made this post in the forum, and the reason why I've been back and forth already through my introduction is I just made this post in the forum. I was really disturbed because I spent my morning reading over the forums. I don't know. It's been a bit, I keep a lot of threads unread so that I can remember to get to them later. So I don't always know what's said in them, but they're important to me because I left them unread. If that makes any sense. Just time slips and whatever. So I was writing this post. I was responding to some of these things in the forums, and about the December announcement. And I think we didn't really know what we were doing then, and we've changed we just knew we were doing something different. Probably shouldn't have talked about it, but now we're doing something different from that. And I guess that's why I wanted to talk about it and just let everyone know that Brantley and Michael are extensions of me, and you will see a more active role from them. So, from here on out. The training. Goodness, let me pull up. And the website might not be working for some people. It's working great for me. I was doing some stuff with the content distribution network, Cloudflare, today, making some changes, trying to optimize the speed of the site as we were merging the DMZ from dSupportOnline.com to FoolishIT.com, which is part of this process. Everything is going to be under the Foolish IT name at this point. Yes,
Back up. It's back up for me again. It's back up again for me. So.
Oh yay! It was not working for Joseph all morning.
Yeah, the forums continued to work, but.
Yeah. Different server. So Brantley, tell us. Will you talk about the training? Because because I'm not sure what specifically you want to say about it.
Sure. I mean, well, that was part of the reason why we started up the dSupportOnline separate company, was to offer training and webinars to the D72 specifically, and then we've expanded to, we're going to add a dSupport Suite one, and now we're going to do webinars with additional just general sales questions for the public, and then problem-specific ones for the DMZ. And then we also do personal training where we walk through, configure, and set up your copy of D7.2. And yeah, I mean, I've been with Nick since almost the pre-beginnings of what has now become D7.2, so quite familiar with it, and we both toss back ideas back and forth about a lot of them, so I'm fairly well versed in the Foolish apps and probably can show you some tips and tricks alongside of just having been a tech for over 10 years now. So we also are offering tech-to-tech support as well as part of our DMZ stuff, where we'll help fix problems with the Foolish apps or just with trying to use them in your general situations and computers and stuff you run into, and still we're ironing out the details on that side of things. So yeah. Looks like we got a...
I didn't know you wanted to go into it. You went into it. Yeah, I mean, what we have up, if you'll actually go to you can go to the website right now and click on DMZ Access. Not anything in the drop-down menu, just the button itself, and you'll get like an overview of what the DMZ value, what added value added has been added to the DMZ subscriptions. And there's a new level. We're throwing that in for monthly subscribers. They can get they'll automatically get a starter level of the DMZ. Contains the D7.2 introduction videos, everything that you'll need to really get set up, configured, and up and running. We may add, videos to that, as changes are made and new things are introduced. But it'll just be the basic, config and basic usage. Then we're gonna, save everything else. All the advanced stuff, the video series, release notes, the tips, and malware removal. We're gonna do a lot of those videos too, or Brantley is. And of course, custom video requests, and that's all for the additional DMZ levels. They'll include all DMZ levels that you pay for, not the one with monthly, but all of the ones that you pay for with an upgrade are which some people already have, and they have this now. If you, like if you had a DMZ subscription, by the way, you have this now also. So let that be known. But we're including tech-to-tech support, so that Brantley was talking about, and that tech support is going into like we're going to throw like an hour annually, which is one of those things that you, for the standard, which is one of those things that you don't really, that's just like, hey, did you have a problem a couple of times? You need to call us. We're here for a quick issue. But you'll also get the new webinars that we're doing, short Q&A, open discussion webinars. It won't be focused specifically on anything like malware removal. It'll just be like a general, we'll answer your questions. We're going to do this monthly, by the way.
Yep.
So, and then the pro gets more hours, gets additional webinars of your choice. The expert gets more hours and yet more webinar of your choice. Now, you're also getting phone and remote support as well. This is part of the package now. Now that there's actually a staff, we can try this. I'm excited.
Yeah, very exciting. Hey, can you go to the questions and answers and highlight that question from Kevin?
I have a mimeography error, and that's not good. But okay, questions and answers. Oh, word. Good. I changed the subject. Kevin read Brantley just did an article on vaping, and yeah, I know. I'm seeing that too. Yes, a lot of the websites also is kind of broken right now, even for me. I'm working on that. But you know, the cart works, so yay.
I was testing that right now.
So Kevin writes, he read Brantley's article on vaping, and you know, since I'm big into vaping, and I've always had that part of my website.
Click it so it'll highlight the video. We're still learning the internets.
Oh yeah, we're still new to the internet, so let's start that over. Actually, I'm just going to say that I had Brantley write an article on his recent vaping experiences and getting into rebuildables because you know, I'm not going there, but I wanted, you know, I wanted the progression of knowledge to add to the content that I already have on my website that I've had for years about my experiences in quitting smoking, because I've had a lot of people tell me how much that's helped them. So I want to continue with that still. And a lot of techs smoke, and a lot of techs are more apt to take this kind of technology, you know, and run with it. So you know, it works for a lot of people. Anyway, getting to what Kevin's question is about Brantley's article. Do you want to take it now, Brantley, so I can shut up?
Oh yeah, sure. So Kevin asked about his interest in some products we're using right now to recommend to his brother-in-law. And for that, I would probably say that I wouldn't recommend the products that we're using right now to a new vapor. It's better to get into it and find out and make the switch and do all that without making the massive investment side of it. But to go over what we are using right now, we'll start that off, and I'll actually throw some links on the event page and the YouTube page about what we would recommend. But start off here, I'm using the Pravari with a Nautilus tank, and this is what Nick started me off on and was using himself. And then they came out with the Atlantis sub-ohm tank, and we got Hanamod's DNA 40s for those. And that is currently what Nick is using as his daily vape, which I believe he actually went and got the battery mode.
Battery. Yeah.
And then I have moved on to the rebuildables that he was talking about, which is where you actually build your coils versus having a pre-made coil like this. So you actually build your coils, and I have that running on a Sigeli 150 watts with dual batteries, and this is pretty much my daily vape that I sit here and smoke on all day. This one I use for when I'm out and about traveling, walking, and going to bed. And then my Hanas, I just kind of have a different flavor in there, so I can switch back and forth between the Sigeli and the Hana here. But as far as recommending a one to start off with, we were looking around and talking with our other tech friend that comes on the show sometimes, Donald, who is extremely well versed in all vaping.
It's crazy. I think it's funny. I think I got Donald into it, and I know did I get you into it too, or I got you back into it?
You got me into it originally, and then back into it, and finally stuck on it. So
I also got Michael into it as well.
Yeah. And someday we'll get Joseph onto it too.
Yeah. Man, Joseph. See, and the problem is Kevin. The problem is that Joseph is using the wrong gear. Joseph is using some gas station junk. It's like an Ego 650 mAh battery, I'm thinking, by the looks of it. And, you know, some crappy disposable clearomizer or something on top. I think I saw it the other day. What do you want to show it?
It says Vapin Plus on it, but you know.
So it's like an Ego knockoff, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's a cheap knockoff.
It looks like it's just above the $20 one that I got from the gas station to hold me over at times.
Yeah. You can't use those. They won't fix you. You won't solve anything. They have too many problems, and they're just underpowered. So,
all right. So to finish that up, the one that we would recommend starting off with, especially for new people to get into without a high price level, because with this Pravari one, which we started off with, you're looking at about a $300 investment for everything that you see here. And the charger and batteries and everything to get you set up. The one that we would recommend checking out is going to be the iSmoke eLeaf iStick 30 watts. And that comes in with a built-in battery, and then also you want to get a Nautilus probably mini tank, and that would look the best on there. It will support the full Nautilus tank. It'll just hang over like millimeters on the side, so up to you on those. But that would be the one I'd recommend, because with that you're looking about under $100 overall investment for everything. So that would be what we'd recommend for people to start off with. And then currently Nick and I are using giantvapes.com to get all of our premium juices and flavors, and there's tons of flavors on there, so you have a wide selection.
And apparently so many people use the site, or they fabricate it, I don't know, but that there's an awesome amount of reviews, 5-star system that and search filters using those that enable you to find stuff that's not going to suck the first time that you buy something there.
Yeah. And I guess the last thing on there is my favorite juices right now is going to be the Telios Cloud Science Gamma, and that's what I use mainly in my Pravari. I like the Mind Masters Misfits for my Hanamod, which kind of tastes like Fruity Pebbles. And then in my Sigeli, I'm extremely upset because I'm running out of it, but I have really liked this CNC Reserve blend that's an oak whiskey bourbon barrel mix of their top flavors from G2, I believe it is. Nick, what are your favorite flavors right now?
Man, I just finished several tubes. I got Andromeda from Space Jam, 18 milligram. Something like a strawberry and cream thing, which is what I was wanting. I loved it. Awesome. Then I also liked Cactus Juice, 18 milligram. Cactus Juice, a little cacti guy up there. It's kind of like, I want to look at it and say Corona or tequila or something. It's like the Mexican thing, but it's like it's got it's awesome. Like I think they are going for that whole southwestern thing, and it's got this tang to it. It's like a citrusy tang. I love it. Like something you'd get off a margarita or something. I don't know.
That does sound yummy.
Oh, I love it. But then I've got Nuts from Cosmic Fog. Nuts is not it's not supposed to be nutty in flavor. Don't mistake it. I actually don't remember the flavor. It was a complex description, I think, on the website. And it's good. We'll just say it's good. I also had some other stuff recently, but I don't really need to talk about it because I'm still trying to figure out if I like it or not. Like the bean. Okay, all right. Beantown Vapor O-Face. Now, I saw Office Space, so, or whatever it was, I don't know. So
Office Space.
And I was like, man, I'm gonna try that. And it was supposed to be, I think.
Actually, we heard about that from one of our training sessions.
Bort, you kind of look like the dude from Office Space.
Yeah, he kind of does.
He does, doesn't he?
Wow, I'm just gonna present you for that.
I do have, and I live by a lot of his morals and values as well.
Mm-hmm.
I highly enjoyed that movie.
If you just come into work on Saturday for me, that'd be great.
Yeah, unfortunately, I guess I'm like that. That guy. Yeah, as much as I would like to be the other guy, I think now I'm kind of like that guy a little bit.
You're like that guy.
Oh gosh, we're done. We're done with the vaping thing, right?
Yeah. No problem, Kevin. I couldn't get it to post on the event page for some reason, so I'm throwing the links in the YouTube page. If you look on the YouTube page for that.
Okay. Weird.
Yeah, so it showed up on the YouTube page. Not sure why I didn't on the event page, but who knows with Google.
Oh boy, got somebody that wants to. Okay, we'll probably take some additional people here in a little bit, right? You think?
The more the merrier.
Yeah.
We got a guy Tom will get on in a little bit. If he's still. Oh hell, that was just 3 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm sure he's still around then.
Oh, it's because Google doesn't want us posting links to sell stuff on the event page. They just gave me an error that I've been violating their terms and services.
What?
So I can do it on YouTube. I can't do it on the Google Plus event page, which I can't link to things that I'm talking about, which I have no affiliation with. Do we offer a discount for nonprofits on D7? From Aaron, question.
Oh crap! Let me select it. Hold on. Shush. I'm not in the Q&A anymore.
If you don't, you should consider it.
No. The question is, do we offer a discount for nonprofits on D7? Well, I mean, the thing about it is, I have done this in the past. I've had people contact me from nonprofits and request like a reduced cost license, and I've always worked with people like that. It's just not something I've advertised.
Yeah, I offer a discount to my customers who are nonprofit, but I do make them prove their nonprofit status.
I'm going, now that the cat's out of the bag, I'm going to have to start doing that. So bring your papers.
Bring your paperwork for your 5031C or whatever it is, so Nick can tell.
513C. I don't remember, man. I worked for a nonprofit before, like not long ago, and I should know that, but anyway. Okay, so we're done there. Just contact us. The email address is foolishTech@foolishit.com. Okay, got that one done.
Do you remember a Max from Repair Tech Solutions?
Yeah, I got his email.
Someone asking to catch up?
Yeah.
I was going to reply to him and let him know about these events and that he could just join in on one of them if he'd like.
That would be interesting. Hell, I mean, you know, we can have them on. Max? Yeah, reply to him. I don't know if you'll want to come on. That'd be Repair Tech Solutions. Max. I think I should have been watching chat earlier, Joseph. First thing you said. Yeah, man. Yeah, you know. I hope the site starts working better soon. Might have to contact. I think I get some measure of support through Cloudflare.
Well, the WordPress blocks that are not rendering, that to me would be a WordPress issue, a plugin issue with whatever.
But could it be because of something that I've enabled with Cloudflare?
The video one, yes. The other ones, probably not. They look like WP shortcodes that are not working.
Well, let me see which one.
The video's complaining because of an SSL issue. Not sure what that is.
Package ID 1. Oh,
You know what it is. Yeah, you got it.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Because it's a lot of different links on your site not working right now.
Now, I think that's actually the download links, the download manager. Let me see. I may have disabled that one when I was troubleshooting earlier.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oops. No. It's enabled.
I do offer WordPress support.
Let me just.
Sometimes with those cache plugins, Nick, for WordPress, sometimes they will do that to certain plugins. And sometimes if the plugin's still enabled, sometimes it's literally just as easy as changing one letter on the page and updating it. Even adding a space so WordPress sees it as a new object, and then it'll re-render those blocks. I've seen that happen. I don't know if that's the case, but I know it sounds funny, but...
No, it doesn't. I can think of instances in other situations where similar actions will fix.
Because the cacher that you tried earlier was caching objects. Well, it may have not rendered those objects correctly. Who knows? I'll be back, though. I have to take a bathroom break.
Rocket. I disabled the caching plugin entirely. I'm just going with what's on Cloudflare. John over there. Oh. logged in. What the heck?
So, Board, we were talking about, Nick had posted an article about Windows 10 being a free upgrade for existing users of Windows 8, 8.1.
And 7.
Yeah, but we dug into the article, and it's actually going to be 1 year after the release of Windows 10.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Kind of an interesting little tidbit for those that think they're just going to immediately upgrade. But I guess the good news is maybe Service Pack 1 will be out for Windows 10 by then, so, you know.
Well, then they'll say you have to wait a year for that or something.
Right, oh, that would be horrible.
So Microsoft, though.
Well,
It's like you almost think they're changing, and then they're like, nope.
Well, you know they're going towards a cloud-based OS to where you'll get free upgrades, but you're going to start paying like an annual subscription for Windows. That's what's going to happen.
Dude, I fixed something on the website. Some stuff is working that wasn't previously. I can't say I fixed everything, but
It's loading faster for me now that it's on the CDN.
it's been there. It just wasn't, configured. Man, I think whatever is fixed. I disabled all the minify stuff.
Gotcha.
And the rocket loader. Auto minify for Java, CSS, and HTML, and disabled all that. I guess I'll try experimenting with those individually. But if it's running better now, yay. Awesome. Yeah.
Oh yeah, now I can see all those text blocks now that I couldn't see earlier. So.
Oh, awesome! And it's still running a lot faster.
Yeah.
Great. Hey, I can quit messing with it and move on to other things.
Oh no, I take that back. There's still stuff not working.
No, what?
Let me shift reload though.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make sure I'm not caching the crap. Nope. If you look at that quickies link that I posted earlier, there's still the WPDM, whatever plugin that is.
Hey, which one? That one.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's actually been like that.
Okay.
That has, I was using a download manager that I'm not using now.
Gotcha.
A long time ago, when I went to ChannelCon in Florida in 2013 with Michael. Then I hired Sidekick Gun, thing, and something blew up, and like right in the middle, like it was like after the first day, the major event, or no, it was right before the major event or something like that. The website just blew the hell up. The download manager part anyway, and nothing was working, and I was getting a lot of crap for it all of a sudden. So I had to do something quick, and I ended up switching to a different thing, and I transferred everything essentially that was important, and I left a lot of the junk that wasn't.
Right.
Those downloads on that page, the quickies that you're referring to, all that stuff is usually is on download.foolishit.com if you just kind of decipher what you're looking for in the file name. But maybe in a subdirectory there, or scripts subdirectory. There's one of those, for example. What the deuce? Yay. I can close so many tabs now.
Do you have an affiliate program yet, Nick, where people can
I
just
do.
yeah? Do you have like a link, a special link you can issue that?
I mean, I have it's all automated.
Gotcha.
And so on my end, so you on my website, on any page on my website, at the very bottom, it used to be a very top menu, and then I switched to this theme, and I can't get it. It's only on the bottom now.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
But it's down there, affiliates, and you can sign up. And what it'll do, it'll give you a special affiliate code, and you can just tack that as a URL parameter on the end of any link you want.
Right.
Alternately, I think I finally did create some already made banners in there for D7.2, not for anything else, but I might have done it for Crypto Prevent too. I'll have to look. It's one of those things that it's just another one of those things that that has been on my plate.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, so it's all automated. I use that, and then I pay out at the first of every month for over a certain amount. I don't remember the percentages and amounts and stuff right now, but it's essentially designed to ensure that you're not going to be able to use the program to give yourself a discount on my software.
Right.
Because that's not allowed, for one thing. There's nothing. I don't think there's anything preventing you from actually doing it, but I'll get mad if you do. But
I just wanted to post it in my forum.
Also, you'll just remain a permanent item with your less than I would pay you out amount, unless you never get that money by terms of the program, unless you actually promoted the product and then had it build up more.
Right.
So that's exactly why that threshold is there. I forget what that was. It may need to be revised, but
I just wanted to include, it wouldn't be like a major part of my site, but for the techs who eventually come, I mean, my forums are currently building.
I have some people doing that. I have some people doing that. I don't know if, anyway, I have some people doing that. Other guys like some tech owners who know other tech owners.
Mm-hmm.
I have one guy. I'll not name names, but he's a big influence at one of the like the ASCII group. He's big into the ASCII group or something like that. He has a following there, or he communicates with a lot of people well, or something like that. He held a webinar actually on D7.2, and in October of 2013, and earned a lot of money doing it.
That's good.
Yeah. And he still gets some trickle here and there from it. So, and it's just, that's the program, man.
Spread the love.
Spread the love. Yeah.
What was that domain push tool again? To push the EXEs out to the domains with Crypto Prevent Bulk?
Oh, It's on the Crypto Prevent bulk web page. I've got it on the web page. A PDQ deploy.
How's that?
Man, I've got PDQ deploy. That's good for deploying the what we were just saying, deploying executable files, not MSIs, or there's two, I guess, but you can't do that through Active Directory like with an executable, or easily. I'm not sure how, but if you can, but PDQ deploy allows you to do that quite easily, I believe. So people are using that to push out Crypto Prevent bulk and custom installers silently to their endpoint. Oh man, we completely forgot about. Huh. This looks like the first time I've talked to you, Tom. Tom, send me a message if you're still watching. Send me another message. I don't know how to internet properly. Hmm. Oh, that might have been on that account. Where did that disappear? Maybe he retracted his offer or something. I don't know. It disappeared anyway. Neat.
Are you ready for my other Crypto Prevent question now?
Mm-hmm.
We had a super strange email. It was just Crypto Prevent does not block CMD/batch files. To which I responded, is that a question or a problem? And they said, a problem, more like a security problem. And I looked at it and thought about it and wanted to get your opinion on having the software policies block batch files and other executables besides the ones that you have currently blocking, and what you would think about doing that for Crypto Prevent.
You mean just have it block batch files everywhere, or just in the locations it already does?
I would just say in the locations that it already does.
Yeah, you're asking trouble if you block them everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Even some installers still use batch files in the background hidden.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't block them everywhere, but I was thinking from, like, I mean, you don't need a batch file running from app data.
Oh, but I think I do that. I don't know. I do something specific like that. I don't know if I do it with. I'm looking. Hang on.
One of these hangouts, I'm going to fire up D7 and completely disinfect the machine with it. That'll be fun.
Brantley likes doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, for the software policy protections, according to your technical docs, it's only exe, com, scr, and piffs.
You know what? You're right.
I'm not sure that blocking all batch scripts and app data is very wise either, although...
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it seems like there was a. I mean, because I think I would have thought about that. I guess what I need to start doing is writing down reasons why I'm not doing things that.
Well, I can tell you this, installers unpack to app data local temp, usually, and a lot of times they will fire off a batch script, so it might break third-party installers even.
It's one of those things that have to be configurable on a per location basis.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, and what my initial response was going to be to him was, can you show me any examples of any crypto-style viruses and malware that use batch files? Because I haven't actually seen any that use batch files for their processing. They're all exe files. So I don't really think there's that much of a need, but then at the same time, I was looking at the software policies and was like, I don't really see a reason why a batch file would need to run from the root of the app data or some of these other locations. So that's why I wanted to see what your opinion on it was.
Well, yeah.
I would say from the root you're pretty safe to block it.
Mm.
Not from the temp folder, though.
Yeah, definitely not. No way. There's a lot you can't block in the temp folder. You can't really block anything in the temp folder. You never know what's going to happen in the temp folder.
Right.
It's there.
What happens in the temp folder stays in the temp folder.
Mm.
And then Windows never cleans it out.
If only that were true,
I just cleaned 22 gigs right now out of my app data temp folder.
Well, then that it's staying like that. Yes, I mean, yeah, it stays there. But this meant bad things they don't tend to stay there. They come out. Okay. Yeah. I mean, just what I think about that is ultimately it's going to have to be more configurable than it is now. You're going to have to be able to block that stuff on path by path basis and not just like it is now, where you just block you block PIF in every path, that's protected. You'll have to be able to selectively, mess with those. Now, the thing about that is, I mean, you can accomplish that behavior right now through the software policy editor within CryptoPrevent, I believe. Can you do that? Anyway, even if you could always remove, apply, for example, the protection. Like if I did implement it to the entirety of the locations that CryptoPrevent covers, I know you can then go in to the blacklist editor and then remove values on a case-by-case basis. But
I have another question about Crypto Prevent whenever we're done with this.
Yeah.
One.
We're done with this.
There you
All
go.
right. So I manage multiple domains with hundreds of computers attached. Do you have a version of Crypto Prevent that you can deploy using Active Directory, like an MSI file version? So you
Well,
can.
that's the thing, and that's why well, we've been pointing people to PDQ deploy to deploy the executable-based version of it. I do provide an MSI installer.
Nice.
Not anymore. Not since we switched.
Oh
We're
yeah,
not-
did I quit doing that?
Yeah, we're not doing an MSI version.
That would be
Oh,
very
yeah, because
nice
I
for
have
system administrators, as well as a method for them to either
Well,
be
see,
walked
here was the
through.
problem with it, and it's
Uh-huh.
one of those things that I thought I had. It was one of those things that I did, and then there were some problems with it. That apparently, I don't know, maybe some people aren't deploying it right, or I don't know if it can be deployed like this, but it requires administrator privileges to install. And I'm getting a lot of issues. Okay, maybe they're doing it wrong then.
Yeah, they're not very good Active Directory administrators if they're not
Yeah.
deploying an MSI correctly. The only reason I asked was it'd be nice if you could not only do that, but then you could either walk the administrator through or automatically add a group policy to their entire domain for additional settings.
Mhm.
And that would be lovely, because then you're not dependent on the individual machines' policy editors. You're dependent on the group policy pushed down through the domain.
Right.
But anyway.
But
Too many issues for too little trouble or benefit, especially when you can use PDQ to deploy it out, I would feel. But maybe having the software policies don't apply to everything, so aren't everything that Crypto Prevent does. So.
Right, it'd have to be a combination of Crypto Prevent being deployed through Active Directory as well as a group policy targeting the domain computers.
there you go again. You need to get the right gear. Won't be doing that anymore. Stinking up the office. Gosh, what? Oh man, I haven't really found anything that's now other than what you pointed out that is messed up on the website for me now.
No, it seems to be much better. I mean, that one plugin and the download manager, like you said, other than that, it seems to be rocking along.
Awesome.
And your Google page speed is up, so your page ranking will go up, and yeah.
Sweet. Mm. Mm. Mm.
The only reason I bring up the Active Directory thing is I have environments, Nick, that you're not allowed to use third-party tools such as PDQ deploy for security reasons. It must be done the Microsoft way, and that's just basically for security reasons.
Well, it's funny. You got to do something the Microsoft way for security reasons.
Schools, government.
That's cute.
Schools, government, large IT corporations, they will not count on a third-party deploy tool.
I know, but it's funny.
I know. If you look at like Symantec antivirus for corporate, for instance, it offers a way to deploy through Active Directory because of that. They know that there's major customers out there that will not, use a third-party tool to deploy stuff to their systems, because then you got to rely on a third-party tool to remove. And you can't target it with group policies like you can in a domain environment. Let's put it that way. Other than that, you know.
What is it, Sasha? No matter, huh? No matter. Girl, yeah, you go. So upset. I bet you're about ready to go outside, aren't you? That means it's break time. We've been at it for an hour now, I guess, and it's break time. Let's take a 5-minute. That should be enough time for the dog to pee, and inevitably, every time that happens, I have to pee. So.
Yeah, you might have to increase that to 7 minutes.
Good point. Good point. Well, let's take a 5 to 7 minute break, and I'm going to, whatever y'all can continue. I'm going to mute my mushkala.
Insert elevator music here.
Yeah.
How many virus systems do you come across on average?
Oh, a lot. Mostly at this level, it's consumer walkthroughs through my front door at my shop here, because the corporate clients obviously have good protection. So, and the home users are always the worst. I mean, literally the most infected machines you'll ever run across is over-the-counter home user brings in their computer.
Yeah. When you see virus systems, do you see ones that, like, there's tons and tons of viruses and it's so many that it basically has broken the system, or are you seeing just mainly the, like, malware, crypto style stuff?
Both. The smart customers will bring it in right away when they notice something's wrong and won't let it get past that point, and then there are the people that will use their system until it breaks.
Yeah. See, we had a discussion with Donald a day or two ago, and he was saying that he doesn't see many systems that get broken, and his point was he was saying that the viruses are actually so smart now that they'll prevent other viruses from getting on and breaking the system. And I was like, that's not always the case.
I think that's like a 5% anomaly there. It does happen, but yeah. Usually they run side by side just fine. Your system is just 10 times slower.
Yeah. But what I was going with is when I do the malware removal webinar, I actually like go through and load tons and tons of malware samples on it and try to just mess it up as bad as I can. And he was like, that's not really a real world scenario. And I was like, well, I don't know. I've seen real world scenarios like that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. They will, it's funny, they will continually get infected until all of a sudden they can't, like, pay a bill online. You know, some important function that they need, or Microsoft Office won't load anymore. I can't do my schoolwork. Here you go, here's 30 viruses, fix it. So, I would say that 99% of the time a system is multiply infected. And it's usually not 1, 2, or 3. It's, you know, it's quite a few. Not very many people bring them in right away when there's one infection. Which is sad because we all know just one infection is all it takes. One keylogger to track all your bank information. You know, your credit cards when you enter them to buy something online. It just takes one.
Do you come across many rootkits often?
Yep. Yep. Part of my full service, I run multiple rootkit detectors. They're not as common as your average little virus that starts up with the system, but the really good ones will either attach themselves to a system driver or load their own little system driver, so they're infected before you even hit the login screen. So.
Holly says that she uses RAM disk that clears out on reboot.
Yeah, there's a couple different solutions. It's a web browser. There's I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but they're basically sandbox modes, where it's a web browser that runs in RAM, and when you reboot, it clears it all. All the downloads go there.
Well,
Go ahead.
Her question was, shouldn't that be good? And first, she says that, or they say that they point app data to that.
Yes.
App data entirely should be pointed to RAM disk, but I wouldn't fully rely on something like that.
No.
If you wanted to use a real sandbox version, one of the security experts I looked into a couple years ago actually recommended having several virtual machines set up and being diligent to the point where you use a virtual machine for a specific purpose, like you use one for personal, everyday social web browsing, then you use one for work-specific purposes, and then you use a higher security one where you only do things like banking and things like that. And that will save you pretty safe to a point, because, I mean, if you're only going to banking sites on one virtual machine, it's
Right.
highly unlikely that that virtual machine is going to get infected, and there's not too many, if any, viruses that I know of that go from host machine to virtual machines.
Yeah, unless they were network-based, something like that. The only problem with that is the only true way to have a really decent sandbox like that is to not commit the changes when you shut down the virtual machine. And the problem there is, hey, I need Word. I installed Word. Oh crap, I forgot to commit it to my virtual machine. So now when I reboot, it's gone.
Yeah.
But if you really want to keep yourself safe, use a virtual machine and do not save the changes when you exit out of it. And that's a pretty good way.
That is definitely a safer way, but I mean, if it's always been with security, the more security you want, the more trouble and aware of your surroundings you're going to have to be. That's
security versus convenience is always the problem.
Yeah.
So.
Very much so. I don't see why Nick's the only one allowed to answer questions, but
Yeah, I noticed that.
apparently he is.
Holly, it would be interesting to know what exact RAM disk type product you're using. Most of those they're not truly a RAM disk per se, because if they were, you'd have to have enough RAM in your system to run everything out of memory that the RAM disk system would need. I could see there being one like just a web browser. A lot of those actually commit to a temporary file on your disk, like a virtual disk that gets cleared when you reboot, so gets rid of the problem with persistent malware. But even in a sandbox environment like that, it's possible you could download an exe or install a program or run a program that at least temporarily infects you until you reboot it. So.
Yeah, I would never fully trust anything, is probably the best answer to that.
Yeah. I mean, even if you had, say, a live Linux distro that ran off of a CD and you booted up your computer, you did your web browsing, and when you were done, you ejected it and went back to your host operating system, you could still run something within that session to temporarily infect you. And then let's say you type in your credit card and you buy something after you've done that, yes, it protects you after you reboot. The thing is gone, but it could still infect that session. So there's ups and downs for it. It's definitely more secure than just regular browsing, but nothing is 100% foolproof. Yeah.
Hmm.
Let's see how many viewers we have out there right now. If I can find the link to this video.
We have 6 watching now.
Nice. If anybody else has any questions, pop them in the Q&A.
There's the YouTube link if you want it.
Oh, thanks.
Oh yeah, we know that only Nick is muted and fully blocked on there. That Hangout toolbox is pretty nice for that.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Nick got the invite thing worked out. Doesn't look like he invited 1,000 people.
Holly, I'd still have to know more specifics on your question there as far as what RAM disk product you're using and how it's working. I don't know if you're just directing that single folder to a RAM disk and then obviously clearing it on reboot. If that's the case, then any exe ran that you downloaded while you were browsing could still hop around in different places on your system. You're not limited to app data. I mean, limited users are, non-administrators of the machine. They can't write to system places, but there's some smart malware out there. So it's hard to say. I'm also running dual quad Xeons with 32 gigs of RAM.
At the beginning of the year, I upgraded to a i7.
Nice.
Which I currently have overclocked from 3.5 gigs to 5 gigahertz.
I've been so far behind in my production systems. The beginning of the end of last year, I updated to SSDs, dual video cards, and 32 gigs of RAM, and I'll never go back.
Yeah. Well, SSDs is the greatest jump there.
Yeah.
I still haven't gotten into dual video cards, but I do have the GTX 970 now. Absolutely loving that card.
I forget what I have in here. It's a Radeon, but let me see.
I have the i7 3770K CPU.
You fire up GPU-Z here. It's funny, GPU-Z still gives you more information than AMD Catalyst Control Center. Catalyst Control Center will only tell me it's an R9 200 series. It won't tell me the exact model. I mean, yeah.
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
Man, so I went, it did take a while. I went to, I have a dog park directly behind my house, my apartment, I'm sorry. And it's like 15 feet, man. So I generally go there. And because of that, the dog, and this will come up again in a minute, the dog has never really learned to go on a leash. I just adopted her in December, mid-December, early December. She's about a year old, I think. So she never really learned to go like that. She's been in the dog park. Before that, she was in, in a wherever, who knows, and then the shelter. So the dog, I have some neighbors now, and they have a new puppy, about the same age. Unfortunately, it's one of those aggressive types. I think it's a pit bull or something like that, and it does not like other animals, particularly my dog. I don't think they're allowed in my apartment complex. I haven't said anything, but the guy, I mean, the guy doesn't. The issue is that they were there this time, so I had to go walk her on a leash, and that took forever because she's not used to doing that. And that's the point of that. But the neighbor thing, I mean, the problem is that this guy uses the dog park as well, and he does not carry the dog the 15 feet to the dog park with a leash. He just lets the dog out, and the dog runs free. And then they take him to the dog and put him in the fenced-in dog park. So I've been in the dog park when they've opened the door and the dogs come running out. I've been in the dog park when that's happened and couldn't get out because the dog's like and trying to kill us and shit. And Sasha's just like, hey, play with me, shit, let's go. And yeah, that kind of sucks. Yeah, so now more and more I'm running into them, and when the guy's not there, it's just his girl. She can't control the dog. The dog goes so crazy, so she has to go and get the guy. And if the guy's not there, there's no fixing the situation. I'd be stuck inside the dog park for a while. I need to start taking my cell phone with me. But I've been struggling back and forth on whether I should report them or not, because I don't think that's allowed. I mean, I'll need to check, but damn, he should at least have it on a leash.
So Holy, I just looked up Soft Perfect. It looks like a pretty good setup. As long as you're running it and logging in as a limited user and not an administrated user, it's probably a pretty good solution.
I just realized no one knows who the hell I am. The third one on. Oh well.
Nick, can you answer all those questions? Because we answered all of them.
Oh man, you gotta answer them while they're selected, dude.
Yeah, well, you weren't here to select it.
I know, but you can't just answer them like that. It doesn't. You have to answer them while they're selected, or the whole thing doesn't work. I might as well just delete them.
You could just delete them then.
Okay.
Holly is talking back and forth with us, so.
I think it's Holy. I think it's a dude. I looked at his Google Plus profile. It's Holy Totemic.
Holy Totemic. I always mispronounce online username, so that's my thing. It's kind of like we're not online, so I can say it however I want, because that's how I say it in my head when I'm online reading your username. So. Like, I play Ingress, and people in Ingress hate me for that.
Ingress, is that the multiplayer Google game?
Yeah, the cell phone-based geocaching.
Yeah, I played that faithfully for like 2 weeks, and it just lost its magic.
Oh, you didn't meet the right people then.
And that could be.
That's what really got it all for me, is like I've met over 500 people now through that game, and wherever I go I can meet new people and find out about a place. Like I stopped in Omaha one day on the way back from Colorado to Cleveland, and I just started playing downtown in the beginning of the day, and by the end of the day, I had met over 20 people and was partying, drinking, and having tacos at 2 a.m. So, and we had played the game all day, and it's awesome. But I've also been to over 4,000 places now that I would have never have been or gone to, like historical places, sites, wherever
Right.
I've been, just been to different places.
I do a lot of geocaching, which does the same for me. I get to go to a lot of places that I never would have gone to.
Yeah. Well, with Ingress, it seems like you can find them everywhere, especially now. I don't know when you started playing, but like there's just thousands of portals everywhere nowadays. So, especially the more metropolis places.
But that was part of my problem. My city only has like 25,000 people, and they're all, for the most part, not techie. So,
Yeah.
you know. Welcome to Indiana!
Definitely can see that. I'm gonna make some lunch.
I think the coffee is starting to wear off on my end. Dun dun dun.
Yeah, I just switched to juice. I think I had.
The answer to life, Bob, is 42. Next question.
Yep. Oh man, so many emails. Apparently, Bob's happy Brantley's gone. I don't know what's going on. Delete that. Do it. Just ask a real question. Post on the pages if you're not. I don't know, man. I'm just grumpy. Oh, I used to actually, but I quit.
You read a lot of books, don't you? Wow. I'm just going to stop acknowledging those.
I know. But, who wants to be a douche? He can be a douche. Okay. Apparently, some on Slashdot I got from Michael is Business Insider is reporting that despite billions of signups, almost no one is publicly active on Google+.
But what do they define? Wait. What do they define as publicly active?
Should have found out.
Google Plus is gaining like a snowball. And a lot of it's because of the Hangouts platform, actually.
Oh well. Michael sends me this crap, and I don't really care. It's like I have other things going on. I don't know. John asks what the meaning of. He asks in IM instead of through the thing, but he asks what the meaning of the white, red, and green dots under the video window are. Something to do with the progress of it. I don't know.
Oh, we got a couple good questions in the Q&A.
Yeah, they're popping up.
I've got a good answer for
okay.
probably
I
for
made
Holy.
Bob sad. I'm sorry, Bob.
I've probably got a good answer for Holy, but I'll let you do Russell because that's a D7 thing there.
And actually, I'm going to hang on one sec. I'm going to do this one. I will officially answer one of Bob's questions. Yes, sometimes my beard gets food in it. Also, sometimes food stays in my beard for a little while. Gotta check it. Okay. All right, now that's done. Let me see. Gosh, I need to move this. Okay, I'm gonna leave Holy. I'm gonna save yours for like in a minute.
I think I've got an answer for him.
Okay. This one is are the DMZ additional downloads getting reposted to the revamped design of the website? Oh yes, yes they are. I'm glad you said something because I haven't done that.
It may magically happen soon.
Well, let me just. It's also slipped my to-do list, which contains things like let's see, like my contact forms and stuff like that. Some of them, aren't necessarily appropriate anymore, or they need to be updated and linked to in other places. And anyway, but yeah, I'll get that done real soon. You want to take? I mean, can you take this Holy thing? Because I have no idea what y'all were talking about.
Yeah, he's kind of referring back to that RAM disk product that he was using earlier. So Holy, what I would do is use whatever that manufacturer of that product requires you to do. The registry keys probably just simply point the app data via the registry to whatever RAM disk location. MK-Link or SIM-linking that, I'd be a little leery of that. Because you're making a hard link in the file system. So if for some reason the file system can't see that RAM disk drive that your software is creating, you might have problems there, like major problems, because nothing would be able to write to app data then. So I just do whatever is recommended by them and not tinker too much unless you just want to play around.
Linux is also a very safe alternative.
There you go.
Not for your gaming, though.
Yeah. Anybody that's ever spent 4 hours compiling an NVIDIA driver for Linux can contribute to that. So hopefully that answers your question. I'm a big fan of SIM-linking and MK-Link, even though a lot of people in the Windows environment don't use them. They're really great for redirecting data off to other hard drives or hard drive arrays where Windows doesn't always give you the opportunity to, through the registry, do it. Or if you just want to do it in more of a hard fashion than just pointing a registry key somewhere. But you really got to know what you're doing.
That's actually one of the things that's kind of been on my radar, because if I haven't provided a method to do that in code in some app of mine, if there's I mean it's been on my mind anyway. I've done it in code before, but it might have just been for myself personally and something I never adapted to. I don't know, I have to look. I've done so much, I forget a lot of it.
Right. There's definitely an API call to do it rather than relying on MK-Link and running it with parameters. I've done it once, but that was a long time ago, old utility. God, that might have been back in the NT4 days even, when NTFS first brought on symbolic links. So.
Okay, are we done with that one?
I think so.
Awesome. Now I'm trying to figure out what the dots mean. Do you know
what dots? What dots are we talking about?
It's like if you're watching this in the YouTube viewer.
Oh, I know what it is. Below the video?
Where the dots.
Okay, so the way that works is there's a thumbs up and thumbs down. If people up it, those dots will rise up for that portion of the video. If they down it or boo it, they'll lower for that portion. So you can kind of use it to gauge the audience whether they liked that portion of the video or disliked it. Or if some douche gets on there and just downvotes, then it creates an issue there. But you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I knew it was. I thought it was. I don't know. I just wasn't sure. But I knew the Q&A stuff when we do the select and done bit and answer the questions. I know that markers get put for that. Mm-hmm. That's why I want to answer the questions. By. Huh.
So Holy had a follow-up question about sim linking and whatnot. He's just going to stick with the manufacturer's recommendation. I really would. Windows can do some funky things if you move or sim link a folder somewhere else and then that folder somehow becomes unavailable. It does not handle it very gracefully.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the post office and maybe get some function on.
Issue with those the guy asked about the DMZ downloads before. I'm actually working on the section and the functionality on the website that will make that possible.
Woohoo!
To put those there. Just a couple tweaks I have to do here and there. Just
Oh, crap. Pasted the wrong thing. Ignore that.
Oh, cool. Russell asks if you're allowed to use your DMZ training time for dSupport Suite, or is it only for D7.2? Let's get specific there. Your DMZ training time is now tech-to-tech support. Is now defined like that. So we'll do anything you want us to do with that time. But, we're not going to, strip for you, but, well, actually, Michael might, but he's not here to defend himself. So, of course, he'd probably just confirm it. I think he said something about wanting to do something funky like that a while back. But anyway, yeah, so you can use it, for dSupport Suite as well. You can also use it, just if you have, anything really you need. You've got problems with, this is one of the things that we're doing is tech-to-tech support. And by that, I mean, if you have a problem removing an infection, we'll help with that. We can, but we'll spend time on it if you want us to. So, Brantley, anything you want to add to that?
Basically, he's saying we'll help you with anything, so it's not limited to D7.2. We could do dSupport Suite, or we could just look at a computer if you have issues with just a computer itself. So that's the kind of stuff we like to do. So.
Cool. Mm-hmm. Man. There they are. Really? Is that a separate add-on?
Hey Nick, besides VirusTotal, do you have other platforms you're using to query hashes against to test if a file is in a database, like infected?
I mean, in what?
Have you heard of Herd Protect? That doesn't really do a database, but it does its own thing, software-wise.
Well, I would ask you in what way, because they're with.
Well, you have the right-click context menu for VirusTotal, right? I was just wondering if you had other options, like for text.
The right-click context menus I put in there, and other buttons throughout various areas of D7 and Defunct, will use VirusTotal. Yes. There are no other where that I am checking hashes against something online, but I do have with Defunct. If you use that for scanning purposes, that is a it is going to use it's going to download a small definition file that I update occasionally, and that definition file is provided also for use with CryptoPrevent's filter module, is where I actually got it from, and it was provided to me for that purpose by Steve at sanesecurity.com, and that's what they do.
I was just asking because I've written a tool that interfaces the Team Kaimru. I don't know how it's pronounced, but it's a pretty nice online hash database. You just do a quick lookup.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, there's an API for it, or a way to.
You can do it via DNS, or I think they have like a finger type tool where you just send a finger query off with the hash. The DNS is the easiest. You do like hash dot whatever address they give you, and then depending on the DNS status, return whether the file's infected and listed as infected in their database or if it's clean.
Mm-hmm.
They limit, like, the free service is limited, but I think it's like hundreds if not thousands of queries per day.
Oh, nice.
You know what I mean? Like VirusTotal, there's a limitation. You can't just jack everything through it, but you can do quite a bit of queries.
Yeah.
So.
And that's one of those things that I would just make a configuration for people, and they can set their own account up, and no one has to. Yeah. That would be cool. Yeah, send me a link for that.
Yeah, I will. Let me find the exact page that shows you how to query it. And they're actually a non-profit, which is kind of nice. They do some pretty good work for being.
I think sanesecurity.com. I think they're a non-profit too. Not sure. I have to look, but they are. I don't know. They do something for free. I did I mean, along similar lines, it's not for file hashing, but I did recently add to defunct a one-click solution to query. I have to fire it up now. But a couple other websites for things that you might find in the registry or file system scans, CLSID, GUID thingy looking things, and other junk. Of course, file names. And
so they offer, you can look up via Whois, DNS, HTTP, HTTPS, then they have a Firefox add-on, and they already have a Windows application, which they didn't have when I first looked, so I made my own. So it's kind of, here's the link directly to their malware hash database services and how to query it.
Okay.
It's really simple to use.
Well, the one I mentioned, Herd Protect, isn't for trying to look up hashes on a specific file, but it does basically what VirusTotal does, but is a scanner for a system. So it scans the system, analyzes it, and then uploads it to cloud-based detectors for several antivirus and malware places.
And that's a custom app that was a DMZ thing. We just shoved that into D7.2 for everybody. We had a guy on the forums. He was concerned that he'd paid for D7. I mean, he was concerned that he paid for DMZ, and I guess apparently a major part of that wasn't all the video and training content, but it was the additional downloads, specifically, I guess, those custom apps. I think shoving them into D7.2 by default, which I felt a lot of pressure from others to do, maybe upset him a little bit, made him feel, like he paid for something that people are now getting for free. I mean, really. And I can understand that. So I did want to address that and say, yeah, my bad. But we considered that to be an extremely small part of the DMZ, and in fact, in the original terminology of the DMZ, is that you get early release access to new custom apps. And that's really kind of, what it boils down to. Most of those apps, I mean, although not all at once, no, but most of those apps were going to be, re-released to every D7.2 subscriber over time. But we just did it all at once. So
He said people want the exclusive edge.
The exclusive edge. Russell. Yeah, let's see.
And that definitely makes sense, I think. But it also gives you the profiles and other stuff which you still haven't integrated into D7.2 free.
No, and I'm not going to, because that's more or less like there's a difference between those and the custom apps as I see it. The custom apps is a lot. I mean, let's face it, there are a lot of people who don't use D7.2 for what it's all that it's good for, and they just use it to run custom apps. So those people, they feel that they should have those custom apps. I forgot where I was going with that.
Well, I kind of lean towards Russell's side as well, thinking that having that edge and having them released later is the better way. But
okay, well, I mean, it's not a big deal that we just do some. I mean, so we released them all. We were going to do it anyway. We did it all now, so we'll just not do it again for a little while. I mean, just go with the original plan. Just, we do some new ones, we hold them back.
I like that terminology. That seemed
I mean,
fun.
it was really the original plan. We'll just stick to it.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like that was what we were originally intending, and I feel the same way. I mean, if we have those custom apps, they should be available as default apps and maintained the same way. But I did like the exclusive Edge offering through the DMZ, which is why we went that route.
I would like to suggest a small compromise. New apps or major new functionality with the same app that would constitute a completely separate custom app profile can be DMZ only for a bit. We'll continue to do it like we had originally planned. But how about updates to existing ones? And I mean more than just somebody changed a download link. I mean, we discover a new command line parameter we can tack onto something or whatever, and we improve that custom app profile where we didn't have to. I still want to give those, immediately to the people paying because they have the first revision of that profile. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's really an update to it, and I want them to have that, just like they would if a download URL changed.
I agree with that. Like,
But
that's kind of what we...
all the new stuff or anything major, I guess, that would constitute a completely new custom app profile that would serve a different purpose than the original one served, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I guess that's the definition. If the point of the new custom app profile using the same app that was already there is if it's for a different reason, then yeah, we can DMZ that for a while. As long as updates to the existing thing for the original purpose it was intended keep getting pushed out as they are created.
I completely agree with that. Now, for the definition side, I kind of felt like we should have the whitelisting for everything kind of included in defunct already, so I'd still be fine with giving those out.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, I mean, that gives defunct really a lot more benefit and help overall. So.
I mean, just okay, for what you don't know what we're talking about. I do. We have those definitions for. Yeah, you're talking about those on the DMZ site.
Yeah, but right now we don't even have it for the defunct because we have an issue with having separate, or we have to separate it because
right.
They're too large.
What we're talking about is DMZ subscribers have access to one of the additional downloads are whitelists for the new defunct and its newer functionality for all OSs. The plan is, no matter who gets what, the plan is for defunct to, I'm going to code in a second whitelist check. So it can effectively, we'll query two sets of whitelists, one that you create and then one that we can provide. That way, we can give everyone sort of a hit the ground with your feet running on that.
That'll be a very nice feature to be able to create your own.
Well, right now you can create your own. It's just we found that having the default Windows files already created is something that you would want to create on your own.
Mm-hmm. How many megabytes are they, Brantley, that you have?
I think the final one is like 15 megabytes for the files or something. Now, I don't think that's even the final one because I need to go back and add the variables one. So
have you seen how big the National Software Reference Library is now with their whitelist? Oh my God. It includes, one second, I'll find the details for you.
So just to backtrack, you're saying, Brantley, that those shouldn't be used exclusively for the competitive edge of the DMZ subscribers now?
Well, for the whitelist, I don't think those should be exclusive to DMZ because I feel like that adds like half of the functionality to defunct. Like I think that's something it should already be doing.
Well, I mean, it is quite the incentive then to get a DMZ subscription, isn't it? See, the thing is,
well,
when you're gonna go over those and do the legwork and create them or even maintain and update them, because another thing I don't know is I would like to code in a delivery and automatic update delivery mechanism for updates to those definitions from within D7.2 and defunct. So the thing about it is that it then becomes a maintainable service and a value-added product, which is already part of the service known as DMZ. Oh,
Well, you guys need to look at the link over there because they've already done all the hard work as far as whitelisting every OS and every major application that exists.
We haven't done all the major applications, but you also want to keep lists. You don't want them to be probably as big as maybe what you're linking to.
You'd have to query a server for this. It's over 6 gigs in size.
Yeah, we can't do that. Well, that was the thing, though, Nick, is having it separated was too much programmatically.
Yeah.
And there's...
Oh, no. It would be easy to throw in a second whitelist comparison.
But for DMZ only?
Yeah, it could be done.
Well, that's where we're running into our hold-up previously.
I'll figure out a way. I mean, I can figure out a way to make that happen. It's not even so much like, I don't know, maybe I don't want to get into that, but I just see that, like, I mean, on the one hand, changing too much all at once is bad. Even like if we're adding all this value to the DMZ subscription, does that necessarily justify removing a lot as well and just giving it to the baseline D7.2 subscribers? I don't know. I don't think people tend to hate it when I change things. I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe, I mean, I'm not completely opposed to it. I'm just not convinced that it's a good idea. Maybe someone can convince me.
What are we trying to convince you?
That the DMZ whitelists should be available to outside of the DMZ subscription to everybody. I mean, I think the outside of the DMZ subscription. Here's the way I see it. You have the ability within Defunct to create your own whitelists, and just from malware scan, people already have, a good set. Some people who have been using it as malware scan at least, or so those older ones are still in use. They're still compatible. So the thing is, they have the ability to do everything that we can provide them.
I thought they weren't compatible because you're using the directories and files only for defunct. You're using a TXT that's just directories and a TXT that's files. So it's not using the malware.
No, but that's for a different. Oh yeah, wait a minute. Now, yeah, I did. Shit, you're right. Well, it doesn't. It doesn't. Okay, fine. Okay, so malware scan. Okay, they may have to redo it.
I think for the registries ones, it still uses the same ones, which that's not that big a deal, and those whitelists.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. It was just the file. No, there were only. Okay, with malware scan, there were only two file system deaths. One was user created. One was provided by me. No, it still uses that. I think I just added a. Did I just add a separate one? Man, this is what I get for not working on stuff since early December. I forget what was going on. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting point.
Welcome in, Michael.
Oh yeah, Michael had finally joined us not long ago. I haven't introduced him yet.
Hey.
There you go. Hi, Michael.
Yeah, I was just taking care of something.
Yeah, I'm glad we refilled those keys. I went back and refilled all of them just because we've been popping off with them today.
Yeah, I was totally forgetting how many of the combo packs we were selling too. It's unusual. I mean, you know, I don't know. I just have seen more combo sales than I've ever seen before.
Nick, where's the stuff coming from today?
Hmm?
From your analytics?
My what?
The analytics where you're seeing where things are coming from?
Oh yeah. I'll check it out in a minute. Still that AskBoBrankin.com guy. Gotten a lot from him. Got a few. Been getting hits from Business Insider. .com.
Wow.
Whoa! That's the first time I've ever seen that. Bing.
What?
I usually get, of course, bleeping computer traffic. Krebs on security still.
I'm getting a lot more, Nick, from Bing now that I signed up for the Bing webmaster tools.
I should do that. And then I'm actually getting. I've actually got somebody on my site from GE Geek right now, and that's funny because I thought I made him take down all the links.
Well, you went back and added them. So, you know, link compiling, that's what they do.
Some from actually someone's on the site from our one of our newsletters right now too.
Nice.
Which we need to get one out for January.
This time mention all the webinars.
Yeah. Yeah, registry stuff is all the same. You see, I know
Well, I know the registry stuff was the same, and that wasn't the concern because those are still fairly small. It's the files one that gets up into the megabyte size. And I was trying to do the 991 default installs and whitelisting those as well, so did have some.
Oh yeah, 991 content is going to be okay. Well, Brantley, I think they're this. I think that the definitions are the same, man. I'm pretty sure they're the same, and I'll look into it further. I mean, see, the problem is I remember running into a roadblock when doing this. I just don't remember my creative solution to the problem and how that ended up working out. But I think it was because I'm using even the if I had changed the format of the definitions, I would have changed either. All right, I'm going to do one of two things. I'm going to convert the old defs if possible.
That was-
Which I don't necessarily want to do, because a lot of people have bad defs out there, and we see the effects of that in some of these bug reports. You know,
Well, that's why my general understanding of it was that you ran into an issue with the definition files and having them separated out, so you compiled them all into one definition file. Because before you had a System32 file, a Windows file, separate ones. So you compiled them all into a directories and files.
that's right.
You couldn't convert the malware ones because it.
Okay, so I think what ended up happening was the everything got dropped, but the main definitions file, which stored most everything for the file system except for the Windows directory. I'm gonna have to check on that one. But I am using the same file name for the main defs file, so I know the format's going to be the same.
I mean, it seemed like you'd basically rewritten the whole file system definition side. That's why we were having the big issue.
I completely rewrote, oh, geez, Brantley. I'm getting further. Let me just.
There's my suggestion in the chat.
See, how about this? There was a. I did advertise there would be a Watch Me Code Stuff segment at some point. Well, I'm just going to show you some of this right now. Here's a sub, convert old whitelist defs. And sure as shit, it runs over every last one of the old file system files. And blah, 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 merges them and spits an output. So there you have it. I've already taken care of this, man.
What?
It's a non-issue. It converts the old defs to the new format. It's non-issue.
Okay, so then the old whitelist definitions files you have should all work for it.
Correct. So I was right the first time.
So we didn't even need to do any of the other whitelisting ones.
Hmm?
So we don't need to do any of the other whitelisting ones?
What do you mean, do whitelisting? What are you talking about?
We're so far on past it now. I don't know. We've confused the confusions. Let's come back to it some other point. I'll look more into LBI side and see what we got right now that I can figure out.
Joseph, we'll have to get into that later.
Yeah, I know, right? Talk about awesome.
I did want to bring up that one of our viewers said, change the shit out of it. Change is good as long as it has a purpose and is not change for the sake of change. Then he goes on to say, I love seeing all the updates and new features. I guess that we're talking about. The change thing, and that's what we're getting back to with the defunk and the definitions people are paying for those, aren't they? That's kind of my point. My point is the people that are already, you know what I'm saying? It does take away that competitive thing that you brought up for the other thing. And additionally, everyone has the capability to do it themselves. Whether they decide to do it themselves or then pay an upgraded amount for someone else to do the footwork and maintain it, as part of the sub, as part of the value with all the other stuff. I don't know. I think that one's good the way it is. But maybe someone, like I said, maybe someone convinced me otherwise. That's just how I see it. Besides, there are, I mean, and as I just proved with the updated, I mean, with the converting devs code, that there are a lot of people who put the time into it and have already done it. I'm sure there was people like, oh, I'm just going to guess, the X guy on the forums. I didn't say the name. But there are a lot of people out there, I'm sure, that have done that.
I think that's a killer idea over there in the sidebar, but obviously.
Oh, crap.
Well,
I've been reading the sidebar. Hold on now.
Oh boy.
I was saying, I was going to say for that, Joseph, probably the thing for that more is going to be the offline ability. Because if
Well,
you're
yes, of course.
at the point with defunct where you're trying to remove things, it's probably on a system where it's not able to get to internet, or, I mean, there's a lot of times where you don't have the internet access to do that kind of thing.
Right.
Plus, that's another server to maintain. Jeez.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I said it would be, in your best instance to only be for paid customers.
I don't mind, by the way, just clarifying that to the people watching what you're suggesting, which was to use a cloud-based, I mean, essentially to use a cloud-based system for the hashes to be sent to and analyzed instead of keeping up with all that stuff locally.
Yeah.
Awesome idea.
A server can mull through
I'm
that.
gonna need to bring in some new talent for that project.
No, that's not that
If it's
hard.
going to be done anytime soon, anyway.
That's not that hard, Nick.
No, it's not that hard. I'm aware of that. I'm aware.
But then you could have 30 gigs of whitelist definitions sitting in the cloud.
Mhm.
The user's list gets uploaded to that. The server analyzes for matches. It's a fairly quick process. Well, just like Hitman Pro, that's what it does.
Yeah, but I mean, what kind of? I would not know how to measure what kind of compute power you would need for that Amazon.
That's why I would suggest only for paid customers. It is definitely CPU intensive. The cool thing is if you set the server up right, though, it'll cache, like, let's say the 30,000 most commonly used entries, so the database doesn't even get hit, therefore CPU usage is minified,
Mhm.
Mitigated?
That's an awesome.
Is probably the right word.
What's
Yeah.
that, Michael?
But I like everything else.
Not only that, but there's existing pools of already 10 gigs of known
Yeah.
whitelisted data, and you don't have to maintain OSs anymore. The government releases that publicly. They include stuff like Adobe Reader, Firefox, Office, all that stuff.
Uh-oh. Wow, I think I left my Smoky somewhere.
How's your day been so far, Brantley?
Busy.
Yeah.
An hour working with this second custom installer, which I'm glad I decided.
What's second custom installer? If you don't mind me asking.
It was just
For a customer?
yeah, they waited 2 months to deploy, and they asked to change the installer, and I was like, yeah, we have to do a second installer for $25, and
Yeah.
glad we did that because I spent another hour and a half helping them with it. So.
Oh wow, really? Is it anything any trouble beyond just not?
You can look into it. It's going to be T number. I think I already closed it, so you'd have to look up through the company or through.
Take a search, but you don't know the number?
I have it. It's 4854.
Cool. Thank you.
There is one thing that he had an issue with on uninstalling, but I didn't have any trouble with it, so we'll see how his stuff goes, and he's going to get back to me. We'll be right back.
Cool. Thanks.
What's happening today, Michael? You've been quiet.
Had a nice time at class this morning and afternoon.
Cool.
And yeah, that's going well. And as you know, that's the VB one, which probably be helpful for me, considering what your code's written in. And I did real well in the assignment. You know, he pushes us to go, you know, like I said, the assignment, we didn't have to write any program or anything like that. I don't know if you caught what I said about that.
Yeah, I saw you.
Hey, it's nothing complicated or whatever, but it's like I'm just kind of excited to jump into it and push ahead a little bit, and so I think I can help bring something to the table there real shortly with that stuff, because it's already getting to be comfortable. It's just a second class. And I'm also did well on 2 quizzes I've had so far.
Awesome. No one has replied to my forum post. Maybe they're watching.
Do you feel like you're getting stared at?
Occasionally. Throughout my life. That's why I don't mind being on camera right now.
Hey, you should have your juices, John.
Oh no, you got the juices!
Yeah.
Man, alright, well I think I'm gonna have to make a walk to the mailbox here.
Oh, it was another domain, multiple domain deployment potential thing, or wow, there was a lot of communication back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot going on.
Wow, you're jumping all over the place, folks.
Hey,
Okay.
I posted I posted on G+, and I just wanted to throw this out there anyway. There is a new pot-based sexual lubricant designed for women going on sale in Colorado pretty soon. It's already there in California. And Foria, F-O-R-I-A, it doesn't get you high, it gets your vagina high.
What exactly does that mean?
What they say. That's what they say in the article. They say that it like when you get high, you experience throughout your body. You would experience, like a lot of people will experience, like a tingly feeling. I'm told, and apparently this stuff it just works on the vagina.
Okay, well, that's good to know. You probably should tell
I'm sure it's edible too. It says it's coconut oil based. Yeah, it used to be edible.
I can see the problem being the munchies, you know.
Yeah. Well, someone on G Plus had replied, and the reason why I even brought it up, he just replied and said, "I hope it doesn't cause cotton mouth." I would hope not too.
I'm just wondering, though. I mean, has it been, I'm assuming it's been used. What's the feedback from the women on it? What the sensation? What's? I'm sure.
Supposedly there was a woman in the art. I don't bet she worked for the company. I don't know, man. We'll have to find some women.
I'd like to see the studies. I mean, not to say that it's unsafe. I'm sure it's very safe.
I'm just
But
wondering if you. I mean, what? But it does say in the article that you can't get pecker high because you don't have the necessary membranes that the
yeah, it's not as it's
for
yeah.
stuff to go
Essentially,
through.
that's a
So,
completely. It's
yeah.
like a membrane. It'll absorb anything. Yeah.
So that's the only shame, I guess. But
Like you, I mean, there are other ways to. I mean, I don't know why you seem to be wanting to. That route obviously isn't helpful for you so much.
well, actually, I would beg to differ.
I would too. I think it might get women addicted to you.
Yeah. If you had that stuff, you had to tell them what it is.
Are you allergic to THC? No. Okay, we're gonna have a fun time tonight.
No, the thing about it is though that I mean, I've heard a lot of people talk smack, but I've been told things that I can't believe about myself. But what I'm saying to you is I don't know of a guy out there that couldn't use a little help in improving the experience for his life.
I'm a big fan of lube in all its forms, and everything's great with that. But I just didn't know there was a demand for herbal varieties, and
Well, we did
I
have that conversation the other day. They're trying to make everything out of pot.
Gives a whole new meaning to herbal essence, huh?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well,
Remember those
What we were
commercials?
saying the other day was that not everything made out of pot or hemp is superior.
Do you
Yeah,
remember those shampoo commercials where the woman's like lathering her head and screaming out loud?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I believe it needs to be tempered with a little bit more experience. It's a very nascent market, and I think we have a lot of hotheads going off in their own directions. And until the wars settle down here in this next couple of years, I think you might want to investigate everything you read about in that regard.
we were talking about the hemp-based wicks for this were not as good as cotton-based.
No, that's it. I couldn't remember what that was.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. No, but here, that's subjective. But if the manufacturing were at the same level and the manipulation of it were at the same level, unless they can literally just interchange the product between the two, but there's obviously going to be production quality issues, is what I'm getting at. So just make sure when you're doing the comparison that you do it on a level that that generally it's not a limitation of technology or cost or something else to get it to get the quality you're looking for. Because in most situations it is a relatively straightforward drop-in replacement for most things, but because it is different, obviously it's not cotton, it needs to be treated a little bit differently as well.
Yeah, well, hemp, as far as its absorbent qualities, are not as nice as cotton is in the vaping side of things. So.
And that's something that I think, I don't know if there's any way to overcome that. If that's the only reason for the differential, then yeah, that's might as well be fact. Yeah, it's just not going to compete.
I mean, maybe if they made like a cotton style hemp.
You do have to remember that it's been around for a very long time, and while we are finding some new things to do with it every once in a while, there have been people that have tried it throughout the years, and if there was something really super good, I'd imagine we would have heard some hints at it if it was if it was that dramatic. But
well, I think that's the best way to save the rainforest. Stop cutting down trees. Start making hemp paper.
well, absolutely. I mean, just because of that one thing doesn't mean there's not a million other uses. I think, first of all, our military is still, or is it not? I'm not sure. It used to be that our military was dependent on a large amount of hemp production. I don't know if that's still the case, but I imagine that other militaries in the world are, and it's probably cheaper, more cost-effective. Makes better use of the land. It's easier to grow.
We should get
Sometimes it doesn't really feed anyone, you know. But other than that,
Oh man, awesome, Kevin. He didn't tell me this, but he made a post on G+. About
oh God,
easywebinar.com. Create a profitable and automated 6-figure webinar sales funnel. I don't know about all that junk. I'd like to see what the cost is. I mean, there's like the website consists of a download button and a login button for customers. But apparently the point of it is to put Google Plus Hangouts integrate into your WordPress blog.
Huh?
I'll have to check that out later. Could be good for the Q&A, the open discussion D72 webinars that we do. The free ones.
I'll be right back.
Hmm.
Well, I just fired up Visual Studio, Nick, and I am going to create a service that will query about 9 gigs of whitelists, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what it takes.
Okay. Ah.
So Johnny got another 0 milligram called Strength, Clouds of Hope.
Now comes the question, how will the data be sent over the network to the server? I'm thinking HTTPS, why not?
Does taste rather cooked or nutty? Zero nicotine seems a lot more like liquidy, though. It seems to surf a lot.
Yeah, it's like it's not as thick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had some. I did have some zero nick that one time.
I got a new stub tip, drip tip for my Atlantis. I don't know if you can see the crown emblem on there.
Oh, neat. Hmm. Awesome.
It's the chocolate now. That's in here. In here.
That was chocolate.
Yeah.
With the whiteboard test. Like the taste is chocolate.
Let me. Oh my gosh. Water resistant stuff. Hold it.
Do what?
You held it.
I held it.
Yeah, just need to stuff in it.
Because the wick in there has the old juice in it, and you have to go through that before it wicks new stuff in. So. Michael doesn't like the internet.
He's just afraid of it.
Did he email you to tell you that, or call you on the phone?
No, he just goes into hiding.
Copy. Oh, damn it, wrong server. Guess there's no harm in sharing my screen.
So go into steep mode.
Just make sure something's interesting is on it.
No, it's just me coding that little application that checks white hashes on a server.
I am working on the settings required to some downloads to the website.
Let's see how long it takes to receive a couple gigs worth of data and hashes. Let's feed it this lovely list right here. Oh God. Don't open it with Notepad. Okay, this is only 4 megs of hashes. So we're gonna need like netcat. Oh, they don't have the Windows version of netcat? Maybe I should be more specific. Windows netcat. Server's up and listening.
Are you on 10 or 8 there?
8.1.
On the phone?
Okay. Options, hostname, ports, listen mode, O file, hex dump of traffic. That's not gonna do what I need.
Hey babe, today is National Squirrel Appreciation Day. For those that don't know, Johnny's entire family has pet squirrels.
My mom said Jackie said it was yesterday.
Maybe it was yesterday.
Oh, and you would do that if it wasn't Squirrel Appreciation Day? My mom said that Jackie said that was yesterday. And she's like, Jackie said that was yesterday. And we even took Daddy out and gave him a bunch of kisses. And you wouldn't do it if it wasn't Squirrel Appreciation?
Yeah, it was the 21st.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
How's Johnny doing?
Good, her blood pressure is a little low today.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Or heart rate or something.
Yeah.
Well, one's more important than the other. Heart rate low is fine. Blood pressure being too low is pretty bad.
I think it's heart rate.
So are we watching Joseph Code or what? What are we doing here?
What are you?
You can if you want.
Anything going on in the ConnectWise place where things happen? Michael?
What was the question?
Is there anything going on in ConnectWise?
You're asking me, is anything going on in ConnectWise?
Anything interesting that we're going to talk about?
Usual for the past few days, basically. Busier than normal.
So Holly posted a question.
Oh, awesome. Hang on, let me find the old thing.
And this is in relation to all the stuff they were talking about before, which that was kind of my concern, pointing the entire app data folder over is probably not the best of ideas for temporary usages.
Yeah. Did you want me to...
You can just click it and then answer it. So,
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm catching up with, I guess, Joseph's posts here. I didn't read them. That's interesting.
I told you, Holy, not to redirect at all. You were warned. Not a good idea.
Right. So, Cindy texted me the other day and said she's getting an Anaya.
Okay. So,
I was like, alright. If I take Naya, does that mean Destiny's gonna be
I looked into getting actual RAM drives,
no,
but
we're gonna get rid
them
of
not
those.
saving data is not worth the extra speed they add. So
He had a specific question. He's using a product that points the app data folders via the registry to a RAM disk because he has 20 gigs of RAM, which keeps his machine less infected from malware because when he reboots, like the temp folders and all that gets cleared.
yeah.
The other option he had was to symbolically link those folders to another folder, like to the RAM disk directly. I suggested against it, and I think he's found out why. Windows got ticked off.
Yeah,
Not worth it.
I was thinking as well. But yeah, it's what PE uses for their drive. Not that specific one, I don't think, but something similar. Or WinBuilder uses it. It's their RAM drives. But you can get actual RAM drives that you stick RAM slots in, and it goes in a PCI slot, and you can use it as a hard drive, and it's like 100,000 times faster and better than SSD.
Yeah, but it's still quite expensive for the storage. I mean, for the love of God, I mean, buying 64 gigs or 128 gigs of RAM is a bit more expensive than an SSD.
Yeah, but it's also temporary, so that's my bigger downfall from it.
Oh, of course, but you need to have something that can, utilize it as a cache-in or temporary or something like that.
Yeah, so it's not for mainstream.
No, definitely, it's a niche. It would be a niche purchase. Now there are applications that are starting to be developed that can utilize or are attempting to use the memory pool between like the graphics card and the system memory is a pooled set, and potentially allocating some of that as a RAM drive for to give you some more performance there, but yeah, it's not the ultimate answer to every performance solution,
That's what we need. It's the ultimate answer.
Well, I mean, that's going to be something like resistive memory or DIMMs, or what are they called?
Quantum memory. Quantum memory. That's what we want.
Yeah, I think it's resistive random access memory. It's a non-volatile random access computer memory that works by changing the resistance across a dielectric solid-state material, often referred to as a memristor. The technology bears some similarities to CD-RAM and phase change memory. So anyway, but this would eventually, it seemingly has the performance to potentially be able to replace RAM. But since it's non-volatile, there can be one memory tier, you know.
It's like, it looks like which will be like better since the big one. Chaser.
Have you read anything about that?
Is it
No, I haven't.
produces more vapor?
Yeah, you should look it up. And it's around the corner. I mean, it's still a little bit off, but I think we'll see it in the next 5 years.
I think we get
Maybe less.
the Nautilus, right?
Yeah.
You're saying that to me? Yeah, I'm right.
Any luck, Joseph?
I just want for
I think Windows Firewall on the domain server is preventing me here, so I got to make a rule. I can connect to it locally, but not.
Right.
I can't even remember what port I coded it to now. God darn it.
Part of the problem.
It was 13. There we go. I should be able to telnet to it now. Booga booga. Booga booga. Okay, cool. The network part's done. It's a matter of having it query a database full of hashes.
Mm.
Which I'm downloading currently, at least 3 gigs. Oh, 2.5.
What's your connection?
Let's look here. Well, it's to a government site. Let's see. I am downloading at almost 2 megs a second.
What I mean? What are you paying for?
Oh, I think I get like 30 down, 30 up, or something like that.
Symmetric, nice.
complete blood count do your red blood cells and white blood cells.
I just got bumped to 50 down, but I don't have a symmetric connection.
Really super high, then that's what determines if
I really wish I could get Netcat to work. Oh, I probably can now. I should be able to output this entire text file full of hashes over there to the server. Let's go back over here. I think that's correct. I don't know. Yep, it's receiving the hashes. See that?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it still came back to
Now it's just a matter of database coding to look these hashes up and then only return the ones that don't match. Just return the hash back of the bad guys, you know.
Mhm.
Which would probably be less data to send over the wire than
I get a message
saying okay to all the whitelisted ones.
Oh yeah, of course.
and then that's everything eligible before we go back to the payment.
Oops. Now, what kind of database do we want to throw these in? I'm thinking, just for testing purpose, Microsoft Access. Why not?
Oh, SQL.
Well, it'll be SQL queries, but I'll use Link because I'm in .NET. So let's see here. We want this one here. That's like 5 gigs of data. Let's just copy that whole guy over RDP here.
I was gonna get
Paste.
She was right to me because, you'll let it know.
22 minutes over a gigabit connection? Are you crapping me? Hmm.
Oh, did he?
I think that time's lying. It's already at least 10% done.
Jackie's thinking it should be tomorrow. Laptop charger.
Oh.
She knows it's there. Brantley.
Mm.
I sent my mom a text message yesterday with the tracking number and stuff of her package.
Uh-huh.
And today she's like, and Johnny, I can't find that email anywhere. I was like, what email? She's like, the one you sent me and the tracking number. I said, Mom, 'cause I sent it as a text message. She's like, oh, that's probably why I can't find it.
Uh-huh.
You were supposed to reply yes. Did you reply? Well, you're supposed to reply yes, and if you don't, then you'll get the notification. But I still am.
Nick, did you see Pravari V3 is on sale for 15% off?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Yeah, you can put anything.
Today only.
Anything out of it. But it's really weird if you just don't press the button. So just stick on there.
Yeah. Bullshit.
Inside of it. It's really weird. They're totally crap. I like this. It's really because it's new.
Really? What do I have to say to that? Oh, I hate this server.
It's got like a thing with like what appears in SOS tabs stuff inside.
Who has his slash drives on their gaming rig?
And then it hits stuff inside. Then I feel like I'm smoking tape oil. interface is really weird. With on-ground potatoes. Except the on-ground potatoes are not even on-ground potatoes. It's just all better potatoes. It was like cheesy. Yeah, cheese. You can sell. Yeah, and it's just little sell potatoes. Like, sell hash browns. Like shredded hash browns and like the flowers like breaded. Breaded. It was good though. The mix it was good. I don't know. Yes, please. I forgot.
Mm.
It's just you didn't have to go for this. Brantley and Michael have friends together. So I made it for him the other day. And I was like, night and clean with her together. It's like, about the source is good, but I don't understand. Or he was like, I thought it was microwave. I don't think it was microwave in your house. I said, I don't understand how soy is. I always use this tool. No, I haven't. Oh, I don't know. How did the Wi-Fi supply? How did the Wi-Fi supply?
They took my links off of the YouTube page too. Jesus.
Wow.
Why are they doing that?
I don't know.
Because they think I'm trying to sell stuff and use their live hangouts to sell things. It's just not what I'm doing at all, so I'm just recommending products and giving people a way to get to them.
Yeah, there are alternatives, though. I know it sucks.
Ouch.
Yeah. Did you all put the lights, or did they just all finally die?
Yep, looks like they all went out.
Oh. Say, can you say pedal and not petal?
Damn. I think it's safe to say that's going pretty quick.
Does she know I changed my name? I changed my name now.
Okay, the only problem is this file's in Linux format, isn't it? It's only got a line feed.
I didn't follow my nicknames, so Bracky and Dendo.
I don't know.
But his name is still Denny. No, the Dendo.
0A. 0A. Which one is that? CR or LF? I forget. LF.
Why buy her own cigarettes if she can take care of?
Oh, awesome. Wow, hour.
Roboito.
21.
I call him Roboito. I know. I call him Roboito.
What's awesome?
Um,
Mm-hmm.
went to run to the mailbox real quick.
Word. We may end up running to the post office before you get back, so.
Oh, I don't know, I'll talk through that. I'll be right back. Yes, I'll leave the camera on so y'all can be entertained by my animals while I'm gone.
Yes.
Except Sasha's taking a nap right now, but she'll probably get up as soon as I leave.
It came, Brantley.
What a dark theme you have there, Joseph.
Yeah, it's much easier on the eyes when you're coding for hours at a time, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know what the freaking line feed is. It's not the same in Linux as it is. I think it's VBLF. That's a crap way to do that, though.
It was right.
I need to know what an actual LF is. So let's see here.
Are you talking about ASCII codes? What do you need?
Well, I know what it is. I just don't know what to call it in VB.NET. VB.NET LF line feed.
Yes, we all need Google help every now and then. Yeah.
See, I was doing it right, but I don't really want to do. See, you can't count on the environment because that can be changed. Environment new line is the most .NET way of getting the character, but that just gives you, yeah, that's not
The
what I want.
most .NET play.
Yeah, I mean, proper way to
Use control code sequences. Yeah.
see, it says VBLF equals, yeah, \n. That's what I want. Fairly sure. So VBLF. Oh, are you not happy with me? Why are you not happy with me? One-dimensional array of string cannot be converted to string. I'm not trying to, am I?
Yeah.
Don't like it.
Do convert.
Data as string equals nothing.
She doesn't like it.
She can't even open it.
The box.
It is a freaking string. You lie.
Jesus.
What happened?
I knocked stuff over.
She finally got it open, and now she's gonna get the stickers off the edges of the plastic.
It is something that needs to be childproof.
Problem is, I'm trying to rapidly develop this, so I'm cheating as much as I possibly can.
Brantley wants to know, or he said they do have to make those things childproof. So, is there an adult around? Somebody that can help you with that? It should come kind of charged. No. That's only if you're charging your phone. Push the power button. It's on the side. You gotta push the power button again. Not the power button. Yes. Pick up. No, I don't know. Oh no, it's power up and down, I think. Because mine's plus or minus.
It has instructions.
Right, you'll have to read the directions, but I'm pretty sure if you push one of the buttons, it'll go up, and if you push the other one, it'll go down. I'm going to get on fan. Go to Google.com, and at the top it'll say plus Joan. Click on that button. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we got the one like mine, but smaller.
Don't want to use System I/O. Unless that stream reader works. Oh, it does.
She was always said she walked out of the house without her car keys, walked to the mailbox, got the stuff, and walked to the Jeep, opened her box inside the Jeep, and now she's sitting there and she's like, alright, now I gotta go get Jackie. Where are my keys?
Still enjoying your what is that you're huffing on, the Hannah mom?
I'm still here.
Huh?
Is it the Hannah you're doing?
No, this is the Sigelli. The 150 watt.
Yeah.
Oh, you maxed out?
Yeah, but I don't use 150 watts on it.
I think I saw a 180.
I think the highest I've heard of goes up to like 240 or something.
Oh, good God.
Yeah, but I can't even use that amount of power, and it's actually limited by the resistance of your coil.
Yeah,
So you can't even get the full wattage out of it if you have a higher resistance.
of course.
But it just vapes really hot, so.
Yeah, to me, I mean, listen, I mean, where are you sitting at wattage-wise? With
26.2.
26?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I've heard that a lot, generally like the 30 watt and below are more than capable, you know?
Yeah. I mean, with the Hannah, though, I can go up to the 40 watts, but.
Yeah.
And I could probably do 40 watts on this one. It's just I don't think the Hannah's actually putting out the wattage that it says it is when I put it up, so. that's why I think I can go higher on the Anna than I can with the Sigelli.
Gotcha. But I mean, talking about in absolute terms, yeah, it's the same. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, if you wanted to look into a different one that gave you some more power there, that link that I posted that Google took down would probably be your best one. Fairly cheap. Hold on, I'll get it
Somehow.
posted in chat here.
I don't know. You should have checked when I called you.
Donka.
That one's
What? It's a Facebook link. Jesus, why you
just
Facebook me?
redirects you.
I mean, sex with that.
I know. It doesn't redirect me though because I don't have a Facebook account.
There.
I got it. Yeah, no, it's okay. I can get what the link is. It's fine. But still, just be aware. Not everyone Facebooks.
Did it ask you to log in to redirect you?
Sarah.
Yes.
Got my juice.
Actually, hold on. Let me see exactly what it did. It actually, it said, sorry, there was a problem with this link. You can now continue the website to go back to the page where you were on before. And it asked me for my name and password. So I guess, yeah, it is asking me to log in. Yeah.
Well, that one does a up to 30 watts. And it's
Yeah.
only 35.
Yeah. You recommend this?
Yeah, I mean that's probably the best starter.
Bless you.
Thanks.
Whoa, they threw in a little vial of Seduce juice.
Oh, you got an extra?
Jezebel. It's by little I mean tiny.
Yeah.
Oh.
They didn't give me any extra.
See what I got. I don't even remember. Okay, I got a Beantown Vapor
Charger.
Kermit Defrog. It's
No.
going to be interesting. It's like greenish. Yeah. I think it was a lime citrus.
And it's like,
I wanted to try that.
for $10. Jackie was like, I'll brush it for I was like, bullshit, you'll brush it for $10.
Aha! I finally got the mother's milk.
Nice.
The first time, my first visit there, they were out of stock. Can't wait to try that.
That's a good picture for
That's
the
like one of the highest rated juices on there.
Yeah. Such a good picture for the bottle too.
Do what?
Most people probably get it just for that logo on the bottle.
Oh yeah, probably. And now I have the Beta by Cloud Science.
Nice. That was the blueberry one.
Yeah. Oh, actually, that's the one I want to try first. And what else did I get? It's behind door number 4. Space Jam Astro.
Nice.
Same people that did the Andromeda that I like so much. But they have a different logo for this one. Refrigerator magnet and business card, but no coupon code. Seems like I got some give it to a friend or something.
Well, he's
Okay, where's my spare tank?
a big factory, a big company. I don't know what this is.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hear from Donna today?
Not yet.
I want to throw in the link.
Okay.
Sure.
Should be in the virtual.
Oh, is it on the
Yeah, I got-
lounge side?
Word.
Okay, I know what you're talking
So,
about.
oh yeah, Cloud Science Beta. Max VG. 12 milligram. I think that was the highest they had in stock.
What do you normally do?
I'm down to 18.
18, yeah.
In it normally, but that's with these stronger mods. Now I would probably be vaping 24, maybe 30 or better. I mean, I don't know if I was still using
Nautilus.
yeah, the Nautilus with the non-BVC coil on
That's
the
what I
Pro.
want. What about with
Setup.
the BBC? What about with the BBC?
I don't know if the BBC makes that much of a difference, but Nick, I think you need pure wattage for it to really make a difference, and you can use less nicotine.
Yeah.
And that kind of wattage you're not going to get with the Provari, I'm afraid.
Yeah, just rub salt into my wounds.
Look, man.
But that link I posted you will get you the water.
I know you did. I'm interested in it. I think I might consider that one.
Probably should pop a new atomizer for this, but I'm not gonna.
Can I just keep my same tank?
There's a,
Yeah.
I would still recommend getting an Atlantis. I mean, if you're gonna, just to start you off with that, if you're gonna get a high wattage mod. Because what you got right now, there's going to be a limit to how much you can pump to it. The Nautilus.
Why?
It's not designed for the atomizers aren't designed for the higher wattage devices.
It can still go up to the 20-30 route range.
Oh, can it? Can it go that high?
Yeah, I think when I had it on the Sigelli, the voltage was fine on it up to that point.
sometimes when your blood pressure gets high, you can get
Okay, that's good to know.
Well, see, now here it is again. Hey, Tom.
I don't know. Sometimes that has to do with the way you're laying, too.
See, that's weird. I got this message from Tom earlier, and I went to invite him. We invited somebody new to the hangout,
We can get a policy anyway.
just like we did with you the other day, Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, there's a link in your message. I sent you back.
Or
Although it wouldn't surprise me if this is just a Google hiccup and this event occurred hours ago.
I do.
Good old Google.
That's real, but also relaxer. Relaxer for the body instead of.
Oh, wait, maybe not. I really need to order that other.
See, what I just did there, I really like about the rebuildables. Like the cotton was starting to get a little burnt tasting and losing its flavor.
Mm.
I'm just able to pull some of the cotton through, cut off a bit, and keep going.
Yeah.
Like I don't have to rebuild the whole thing every time.
Mm.
No, am I going to need to worry about all that when I get this?
No. You can, if you want.
Yeah.
You have to get a new tank for it.
Oh, I gotta go pee out all this tea.
Hmm.
Fun. Hey, Nick, before I go, the Amazon web servers that you're running, what are you paying for? Like CPU cycles? What's the base factor there?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Oh, check it out.
Because that would depend on how you want to design a product like this. Is it I think it's by CPU, but I could be.
I want to look into something different. Somebody keeps telling me about something I'm not looking into. I think it's like Blue Dream. I don't know.
Some other provider.
Yeah, I mean, just just to get everything, diversify a little bit. I like to check out this and that. So, that's why I went to. I mean, I've got servers on GoDaddy, Amazon, HostGator. I mean, for various purposes.
If anybody, does Google offer hosted virtual servers? Oh man, you'd think they'd be able to do it right and cheap.
Well, there's already players in that market. They provide the equipment. They provide equipment.
I'll be back.
Right.
Tom's going to be joining us in a minute, audio only. He's hooking up his mic.
I was going to say you guys could play me, but you can't.
Whoever Tom is, I'm sure he'll tell us. Let's try this. Oh, man. Oh, Brantley, I've been meaning to talk to you about my dual battery HANA mods.
Uh-huh.
I didn't notice this with my single battery.
What's that?
Why am I? Oh, anyway. But the battery meter on the OLED, it's horribly inaccurate. And by inaccurate, I mean sometimes it contradicts itself from 1 minute to the next, and I mean greatly.
Tom's in.
Yeah, I've seen lots of posts about the dual battery things having completely inaccurate battery readings. Hi, Tom.
Good to know.
Hello.
Welcome, Tom.
If I didn't work, really.
Yeah, Tom, come in and tell us about yourself.
Hey, my name is Tom Lawrence. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Okay, just making sure. I just rebuilt my office and reset up my desk, so I don't have everything completely done. My webcam's not here. Throw out the old one because it was messed up. Anyways, my name is Tom Lawrence, and I'm from Lawrence Technologies. I started in 2003. Been doing IT my whole life, since 1995, so right out of high school. We're in just outside of Detroit, so been doing it for a little while. Love.
I did the high school thing until '95 myself, and then went into the.
Yeah, I'm only a year younger, so finished in '96. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And
Got people my own age. I feel old sometimes. I'm older than most of my employees.
Yeah. Brantley's a youngin'.
Yep.
Yeah.
2000.
None of my employees know DOS.
Yeah, that's kind of a requirement. But Brantley knows that, right?
I know DOS. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh yeah, I a horrible story, but I waited in line to buy DOS 5.0 when it came out.
For your webcam, if you're looking for a new one, I highly recommend the 930E Logitech.
Yep, it's on order.
I would say also I have the 920 and I was looking at a 930E and it does apparently the processing on the camera.
Yeah. That's like the biggest difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, the 910 is the one I ordered because the 920 has some issues with Linux.
I have the 910. I'm not using it, but
yeah, that one's got a little bit of quality issues too. Like Michael has the 910, Nick has the 920, and I have the 930. I really like the field of vision with the 930. I have a lot of.
It's pretty wide.
Yeah.
Why do I don't feel like it's any wider than mine?
It should be the same. I mean, aspect ratio, right? 16.
No, mine has a wider field of vision than the 920. Yours is just a little bit smaller in it. Like you would probably cut off my fingers in your picture.
Well, as far as cutting off your fingers to me, anyway. So.
It's because you got a little monitor.
No, do it again. I'm sorry, do it again. I was just looking at you in the clip. Do it again. Yeah, I can see well beyond your fingertips. I can see to the edge of your walls. Yeah.
I know that I work hard on that store, and I know that that's
Try to get working, just bring it all in, power cords and the USBs.
so mad. Oh no.
And still enough clarity to make out that display on that computer there by your bed or by whatever that is back there, the sheet thing.
Yeah, it's a couch.
Couch. Yeah.
Ghost couch. A haunted couch.
Awesome. So do you have video cameras set up all over the house so you can monitor that activity all paranormal?
No.
No.
No, I just moved the one out of my bedroom. I would have had webcams everywhere, but now I don't.
Hmm.
What?
Yeah, the bedroom is the most important camera to have.
Oh.
The EPC had a webcam on it.
Oh, I'm not sharing anymore.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, that was the beta. Wow.
Jessica.
Yeah. That was remember I had what was that stuff the other day I said tasted like Big League Chew?
I don't remember which one it was, but I do remember you saying that.
This one has a lot of that to it.
Yeah. It's tasty though.
there is
Mhm.
one right there on 192 by
I think all of their mixes are 80% VG too, so you should be getting some thicker clouds. Nick, for your battery stuff too, that's one of the things like Donald was talking about, labeling your batteries with 1 and 2. And then I was reading that you should switch them, so switch the slots when it gets to 50%. Because the dual battery ones tend to make one of them the primary draw. So one of the batteries draws more than your secondary battery. So if you switch them, it makes them more evenly dispersed.
Makes sense.
Dope.
But I'd heard that even the 150 that I have here had inaccurate battery readings as well, but so far I haven't noticed anything like it.
And I should get new batteries, right?
I think for that E-Leaf, the battery's built in.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And so it's just rechargeable, huh?
Yep.
Nice. And it's 2200. Wow.
And it also doubles as an external battery pack, so you can charge USB devices with it.
I don't think I'll be doing that, but
Or you can charge your phone if you're out and about.
yeah.
Garden Center.
If you don't vape it too much. You're like, do I need my phone more or nicotine?
Oh, that's weird.
Right.
I had to face that choice, the phone or nicotine choice, recently, this past weekend, on my routine trip. I forgot one of my chargers. I forgot all my chargers and used what was in the truck.
Red Lobster and the Ramada.
Joseph, did Nick tell you his anti.net philosophy?
Well, this would be server side, so it would not matter if it was.
We briefly discussed that.
Okay.
But it's not. It's a non-issue on server side, like he is saying. So.
Isn't there there's like a
Provided the server doesn't get messed up.
Boston Market on the corner?
I don't get what's going wrong here.
Starbucks is on the other side. Mm.
What you been up to today, Tom?
No, I mean past or
Troubleshooting a lot of stupid Ubuntu problems. There's some bugs. I just switched to 14.10, and I do video editing, and there's been some bugs with the AAC and the lib x64. It doesn't render audio properly in my editing program. So, you know, those little fun dependency hells that you get caught up in.
Yeah, I remember that. Specifically with sound.
It's the sole reason why most video editing people don't solely rely upon Linux is for those complications.
I agree.
There's an article about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it is the one. Most Mac is probably the best way to go for the video, but it's like this. I have no problems doing the videos and editing my YouTube videos, but it's aggravating because it's like one little thing gets broken, you got to chase around trying to find it. And Ubuntu broke it in 14.10. It wasn't broken any previous version, and if you download the alpha of the 15, it's not broken there. It's specifically broken in 14.10, which makes it that much more aggravating.
Yeah, of course.
That is one of the main things that holds Ubuntu and Linux distros back, is those kind of aggravations.
Yeah, for some of the power users. For the general use, most of the public, other than games, but Steam's got a lot of games out for Linux. They're doing a great job across.
That's changing rapidly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think 7 out of the 10 Steam's top 10 games were playable on Linux, which I thought was kind of cool. I'm not really a gamer, so it's kind of not an issue for me.
Yeah, exactly. But the progress is welcome, regardless.
Yeah. Well, I was speaking more towards the mainstream population and their add-on to it, because like Dell and when I got this EPC 4 or 5 years ago now, they were trying to push Ubuntu out with them. So, and they had a lot of kickback on Dell, especially had a whole bunch of PR problems with having Linux on them.
Well, that was a long time ago.
And it was just because people didn't understand that they were paying $100 less because they weren't getting Windows.
Well, of course, but we're not talking to the general population here, I don't imagine.
Well, I was speaking more of towards the general population, and I would say power users can always do it.
yeah, I sure.
I never consider operating system choice when I purchase hardware. It's a secondary consideration. I buy the hardware knowing full well what my operating system will consist
You
of.
can get off it.
Well, my main point for it was the faster it gets picked up in mainstream, the better off Linux would be in general, being open source. It would have more money being poured into it, more developers, more eyes, more bug testing, etc. So I'd really like Linux to become mainstream. That would be nice.
Oh, I consider it to be mainstream already. Just depends upon the specific niche markets you're talking about.
I mean, just your average user could get away with using Linux if it didn't have little hiccups like what.
Do you think your average user could use a Chromebook?
Huh?
Do you think your average user could use a Chromebook?
Yeah.
Linux-based Chromebook?
That's what a Chromebook is.
Yeah. I just wanted to elaborate for our listening audience.
But I mean, even Chromebook doesn't have the features and abilities, and it's even more limited than what a Linux system would be.
Oh, of course, but virtually every cell phone, certainly Android, you know, Linux is very mainstream these days.
Send my mom's the rooster.
As far as end users, so I think it's becoming a more moot point every day, and the Linux being a mainstream OS, I think it's already a established fact, not a future thing. every end user I know out there is using Linux. Every TiVo user, I mean, it's just tons of people.
I've been running Linux for years on my desktop. It's been tough. It's gotten easier over the last few years, but probably 4 years ago when I tried to switch to as my main OS permanently, it was tough. There was a lot of hacking around you had to do to make things work. I'd admit, out of the box, other than this problem, 1410, no changes, just this AAC problem, which I've got the workaround fixed for it, so my rendering works. The KD Vine that I'm using to edit with, they actually sandbox FFmpeg and all the different utilities. They ignore the one Ubuntu uses, package their own, solved all the problems.
Nice.
And most end users aren't video editing. That's not as common.
No, but I think some of our people here have experience in that. So
Yeah.
Well, no.
But the end user portion would probably run into more things like Silverlight, which they're coming out with the open source one, I believe, that's compatible, but still
Like Silverlight.
.NET stuff, things like that. I mean, you say that, but that's what Netflix is based off of. So
No, what are you talking about? They need to get away from that.
Well, they kind of did because it'll work in well, it's kind of weird. It's not open source, but it will work in Chrome.
Yeah.
Chrome on Linux will run Netflix with its own customized plugin of Silverlight, and it's cross-platform because it's rendered right as a Chrome plugin. It's not a standalone like it is in Windows where you load Silverlight and then it allows it to play.
yeah.
But
That's the Netflix app, isn't it?
In Windows it's a separate app, but it's a plugin for Chrome, and it loads automatically.
Just
So
like Flash is embedded into Chrome.
Right. They've embedded it right into Chrome.
When you use it on the Chromebook, you have to install the Netflix web app to be able to have it render in the app or in Chrome. Where are we going to post office?
So,
I don't think Netflix's streams are actually Silverlight only though. Like the Nintendo Wii plays, I think that's just the preferred form of delivery to browsers. Not sure.
But
The sooner Silverlight dies, the better.
I agree. .NET and Silverlight can go away.
Well, you can say all you want about Silverlight, but look, millions and millions of Netflix users are using it with no problems. You know what I mean? It's a proven technology, it just doesn't happen to be open source.
I think it's also that the reason Netflix uses that and the reason it works on other devices is because they prepackage options that are built around that specific package, like the web app and all that stuff. But the reason they use it is because it has better DRM in it. Like you can't just copy the file out of the cache where you can Google Play video right now. If you rent a movie on Google Play, you can go and copy it out of your temp folder after you watch it. So Netflix, you can't do that, or that I've found in research.
Silverlight has a secure method of transferring media.
Netflix is under a lot of scrutiny from all the media companies that they partner with, for deals. They're paranoid as all hell that it's not just some giant pirating service that people could just stream and download all their movies. Even though it's not reasonable to do that with Netflix, anyone can just simply capture the screen if they wanted to capture it.
Did you see what Amazon did to mitigate that issue? They don't use, as far as I know, they don't use Silverlight. So their solution to the problem was do not allow shows in high def so people can't rip them in high def. If you go watch, I can't remember if it's movies or TV series, but one or the other you can't stream in high def. And that's the reason why.
You can stream movies in high def. Maybe it's TV.
I think it's TV. Which is annoying.
I could swear that Amazon does use Silverlight as well, though. Let me double check my plugin stuff.
Maybe it does, but whatever it is, their deal with their partners. The partners decided they didn't want their stuff ripped off, so.
Yeah, to me, that's the better industry that needs to die. I'm fine with Silverlight as long as the media industry fails.
There you go.
HD movie playback is currently limited to Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, Roku, or other Amazon Instant Video compatible devices. You can't do it on a PC.
Huh.
How lame is that?
Well, considering I watched a couple of movies recently, they all looked fine in clarity. I would have been fine ripping them off if I wanted to do that. I don't see why.
There's a torrent for every movie out there.
Yeah, already.
So these hashes are going to have to go in SQL Server. Access is not going to be powerful enough.
How many here have seen Interview?
Seen what?
Interview?
Interview?
The movie?
The Interview.
I want to see it. I haven't seen it.
Too bad.
I did watch, I don't normally like Antonio Banderas, but there was a artificial intelligence movie with him in it. I'll look it up really quick. It's well worth a watch.
Oh, we did watch The Interview. What am I talking about? We watched that on New Year's.
Yeah.
I don't remember much of that.
We only got to watch it half the time the second time.
The Signal, by the way, guys, was an interesting movie.
Automata. Add that to your playlist.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
Oh, God, it was good. I thought they did really good on the technology side, even. Yeah.
As a movie, it's really slow to get into.
Well, the very ending or close to the ending, well, I don't want to do any spoilers, but where they reveal how the encryption was created blew my mind. I was like, no wonder no human could crack it.
Yeah.
And that's a brilliant idea for a plot twist. Yeah.
Well, that's the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
To take part in our anonymous survey.
Somebody got a pop-up ad. Who's got malware?
Michael, of course. He needs to format. That's like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series too. Though, like, you can't have a human answer the question of life, and then to find out the answer, they had to program a robot, and then the robot was like, "I got to program another robot to give you the question."
And then the answer you're not going to be able to understand because you don't understand the computation.
That's why I couldn't find it.
Oh, cool. Automata's on Netflix.
Yeah, I just watched it like 2 days ago on there, and like I said, I don't normally like Antonio Banderas movies, but this one was done really well. I really enjoyed the whole thing.
God, I didn't even pick that was him.
Yeah, that was him, right? I know, right? Maybe that's why I liked it. I was like, oh yeah, this is just some dude.
God, he was way different in that.
Yeah, he's getting older too.
For sure. I'm looking at this photo of him.
Yeah. Oh, he looks like crap through the entire movie. The crap he has to go through.
It was an overall good movie and plot, though. I liked the whole thing.
Yeah. The effects weren't overly cheesy or anything. Yeah, the concept was solid. It was all feasible as far as what we think about technology today and where it could go.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the preview for that movie Chappie that's coming out?
Yes, I want to see it.
I want to see it just because Diane Wood's in it.
Yes, that's what I noticed. That's the first thing I noticed. I paused it. I said, no, that's Fusser. Yolandi Fusser. Who would have thought South African rap, or whatever you want to call it, could get so popular?
Oh.
So I will work more on this server tomorrow. I'm coded out at the moment. But if I remember correctly, even with like 50 million hashes in a SQL database. SQL will handle the caching and memory optimization on the server side, so that'll mitigate CPU cycles, so it won't be too hard to quickly send it like 50,000 hashes and it give you back results really quickly.
Oh, yes, I do remember.
Unfortunately, Board, that might take away some of your enjoyment of creating these whitelists because there's already so many available. The government has the biggest one.
I'll be fine with that. We were using command line parameters anyway, so
Oh, yay.
it was much easier than doing something. Michael, the interview is actually going to be offered on Crackle for free soon. Netflix has set a date for it, it appears.
I'm hoping this turns into a lot more simul releases where, everything at once.
Yeah, that would be nice. This Saturday, actually, Netflix will have the interview.
I'm not sure it's going to be free, is it? It says we'll soon stream free. Yeah?
Well, Netflix will have it as well, so.
Sony's a big puss. That's all I got to say.
Man, I think the whole thing was just an advertising ploy. They were even able to get the government in on, so.
Right.
I mean, what better way to get people to watch a movie like that than fear-mongering?
The only thing that would have made it better if it was like a hacker-type based movie, you know? That would have been great. Or like a movie about the NSA spying. How great would that be? And then they get hacked, and then the government has to announce it, even though the movie's about the CIA spying.
But it is about CIA spying.
Well, yeah, but not like. Well, yeah, I guess it all includes
not technology spying.
Right, exactly.
It's back to the old CIA assassination side. I think they're all still a little bit raw about the Snowden stuff, so they wouldn't release movies like that just yet. They're still releasing documents from him. That's crazy.
And Joseph, you were asking earlier about traffic to my website. Where it's coming from?
I was
and you're also a PC repair tracker user?
Yes.
I've got traffic on my website right now, referred from Luke.
Nice.
He is tying back into the other thing. Luke is also in my affiliate program, so he gets some juice on that, and he also has a discount for his people. Coupon code.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to renew here in a couple months with Luke to get the new version when he releases it. I just expired, I think, last month or something.
PC Repair Tracker, probably the most popular one out there for point of sales among the small shops, or?
I don't know if it's the most popular. It's one of the most popular. Let's put it that way. You should see the new. Have you read the new features, or do you use it, or?
No, I've looked at it a while ago. We wrote our own, and we've got so much customization and work into it. It's hard for me to want to switch. One of those. I've put too much time into this, but I have looked at it, and we've even. I remember what feature we've seen in a year or so ago, and we just integrated it into ours. Like, just looking at that's a cool way to do that, and some of that, but. I eventually want to turn mine into an open source project. It's the only thing stopping me right now is the code is a complete disaster. It's embarrassing.
That's usually the case when something becomes open source.
Yeah, well, we want to clean it up first. So it's been on a to-do list that's been never done. We have some external configuration files, but some of the passwords are literally coded right into the code, and we're like, it's all like to-do list. There's lots of profanity in the code of this is hacked, we're gonna fix it later, and it's a fucking hack, we're gonna fix it later. And yeah, it's not.
Yep. I actually mark my codes with profanity so I can find stuff to go back and fix later. Some people put to do, not me.
Yeah, we have 16,000 invoices in it and almost 5,000 clients in it, so it's also once you get that much data in there, it's like, well, transporting all that and exporting it's a whole other issue.
Well, you know the IT answer to that. It should have been designed correctly in the first place so the data's portable.
Yeah. It's all MySQL backend, so it's not hard to really hard.
Oh no, that's a fine place to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all written in PHP, so.
Yeah, he's getting ready to add like employee badges that you can scan with your barcode scanner to log in and log out, clock in, clock out. Better tracking of service requests when you're out on the road, you know, keep track of your time. Just a bunch of cool stuff that he's adding.
Yeah, my friend who did most of the writing took a full-time job, so, you know, his time's more limited, so I'm kind of debating, like, you know, after this year, if I start needing a lot more features and he doesn't have time to do them, do I switch to another system, or what do I want to do next?
Either that or make it open source and hope the community contributes enough.
Yeah, and he was the one who's going to clean up the code to make it open source. He wants to put it on his GitHub project. He's got a lot of other projects he's got going, but he hasn't had time to do it.
Right.
Because I got no problem giving it away to people. That part's, you know, no problem, but it's just the code really needs to be sanitized before I can even, you know, upload it.
Mm-hmm.
If not, you'll have my passwords to certain things that it logs into. We have it like set up to automatically send text messages via Google Voice.
Right.
But we hard coded all the passwords into it, so.
I love that feature. I use that constantly.
It's just whenever a computer's done, we hit a button on the system and it sends the client a text. Your computer's all set.
Yeah. I switched to texting customers to ask for their password if they don't want it reset. It's all done via text now.
Yep. Yeah, we do that too. That's just so much easier.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry if there's a lot of background noise. Some of my employees are wandering around.
Yeah, actually, my neighbor. I'm in Indiana. I'm actually getting a lot of traffic to my site from Facebook advertising. I didn't expect to get that much more. I had like a free $100 credit or whatever. And I was like, well, why not?
I don't think they give that out to like everyone who. Well, I mean, they bundle a lot of stuff, I guess.
Yeah. I think it was bundled with my GoDaddy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Google AdWords?
No, Facebook. They did AdWords. No, they did Bing and Facebook.
I love the Facebook ads. They work great for me.
Yeah, you can target it down to zip code. I mean, kind of nice.
One of my pushes for more remote service calls, $38 got me 11,408 paid reach and 86 clicks, and we converted, I think we gained 4 or 5 customers out of that. Only one that actually spent any real money, but hell, for $38, that's cheap advertising to get in front of that many eyes.
Well, yeah, and then the word of mouth from them, you know, is going to be more valuable than the initial business you got.
Yeah, between Facebook and Google, I probably spend $1,100, $1,200 a month on those two.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite the advertising budget.
Yeah, I got rid of paper ads a few years ago, so I only focused on my social media ads and the Google ads. They're just very effective for me.
gonna circle you, Tom, because you're one of my neighbors.
Where are you at?
I'm in Indiana.
Oh, okay.
It sucks, like, I know, like, supposed to be maybe, like, I read something online. Could it be on the wrong channel if someone's interfering with it? Oh. I know when my mom called me, she called one person.
You did the ice bucket challenge.
Oh,
Let's watch Tom get soaked.
yeah, that's my personal channel, and there's probably some links to my business channel too.
You donated some money, or did you took the ice bucket, or both?
I don't. Well, my point was there was like, do the ice bucket instead of donate. And I said, no, here's $100 towards it, and then I went and did it. I'm like, I'm gonna do both. I mean, the point is to not just raise awareness, but to donate. That's how I look at it. It's not like you get some water thrown at you to get out of doing something. So I donated $100 to the cause. Then I went and got wet.
Yeah.
Did you guys see?
For me, the way I interpreted those challenges is you're challenged to either donate or dump the ice bucket on you.
Did you see Patrick Stewart's?
Yeah.
That was good.
That was awesome. But that's exactly how I handled it when I just I was just like, I ain't doing no damn ice bucket, but I'll throw you some money. I mean, awareness is something I'm already well aware of the issues, but having people that I know in my life, but I ain't taking no ice water.
That is actually what the challenge was for, and people just wanted to dump ice on their head and have it posted. So.
Yeah. Well, I make fun of people. I will admit, if you donate money too, that's great. But I made a lot of fun of people who did the ice bucket thing that didn't indicate that they donated money, because to me, I mean, the original terms of the challenge, that's the cop-out. That's what you don't want to do.
Well, Nick, either way, it worked because all these cop-outs raised awareness.
They sure did. So, I guess if that was the point of the whole.
So either way, it was a win-win, you know?
But, well, I mean, it kind of is, but you raise awareness for ALS. Was the original one?
Yeah. ALS, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there are so many autoimmune diseases. Let's raise awareness for them too. Jade has MS. I think her friend has ALS. But. Oh shit. Sucks. We should all know about it, I guess.
My old one was possible. I don't know how you. Yeah.
Well, we do have a forum to be able to raise awareness of whatever we want people to be aware of right now.
Oh, what? Oh, yeah.
It's like an hour and a half, 45 minutes. If you the speed of what is there any way to fix it? Is there any way to fix that?
Google wants to sell wireless service through Sprint and T-Mobile. Imagine that.
Didn't I see Google? Something about Google buying that? What, huh?
They want to do their own.
Is that what you just said and I wasn't listening to you? I like heard half of it.
They want to sell wireless service through Sprint and T-Mobile.
What the F? Why Sprint?
I hope they invest majorly in their network coverage. That would be nice. Because Sprint network coverage is horrible.
Everywhere I've ever been or heard of.
Like it's bad here too.
It's fine in major areas, but otherwise, terrible. Verizon's like the only decent coverage network. AT&T is the second close, but.
Oh boy, Microsoft is announcing their next generation of Internet Explorer.
Spartan.
Spartan!
How about JTG in the
They're the only closed source browser in the browser market right now.
Mm-hmm.
time instead of whatever normal setting it gives you.
Which one? Aren't they going to have 2 different ones now?
That's really confusing. They are going to have 2 different ones because Spartan's not based on IE, so they have to keep all that legacy support because so many corporate systems have all the, we need IE to render this. You know, even like QuickBooks, if it doesn't have IE set up in the background, it doesn't render properly. So they have to keep that in there, but then to break away from that, they want to do the Spartan so they're not tied to all the legacy.
Oh wow, Simon. Oh, sorry.
I don't know if Spartan will support ActiveX. That I'm not sure about. I heard it's going to support Chrome plugins.
Maybe it'll be ActiveZ.
I scan it with the first name.
Yeah, because they'll have to skip Y.
Yes.
Too much of
skipping
a
that.
bad
Mm-hmm.
relation to X.
Tape registry backup or whatever.
Too close.
Simon Pegg is going to write Star Trek 3. That is awesome.
What?
Yeah. Not only will he play Scotty, but he'll be a writer.
Star Trek 3? What?
Mm-hmm.
Explain the nomenclature to me now.
What do you mean?
Like
What are we talking about?
the third release, like the Into Darkness, the whatever the first one was.
See, they need to call them something different. I get confused because I don't watch those.
The movies, I wasn't a Trekkie at all, but the movies were damn good. I really enjoyed the movies.
I did. I think I watched the first. Or
I am a Trekkie and
I had Simon Pegg as Scotty. I don't know. I thought he was funny, but I didn't really get much of him.
So, Tom, you are a Trekkie. Did you enjoy the movies?
Oh, absolutely.
That's always good. I haven't seen a Trekkie yet that said, well, the movies sucked, the TV series was way better. And you see that with almost everything else, right?
Yeah.
They get made into a movie. Usually the fans are just pissed off because they've either changed it, not stayed true to the original, you know, and I haven't heard that about the movies.
They didn't do that with Firefly. People
Yeah,
like
but
Firefly like both the movie and the series.
yeah, it's too bad Firefly didn't really
Still
make
haven't
it.
watched that.
Fizzled out.
Mm-hmm.
It is a good, both good movie and show. Both of them are.
It's in my queue.
It just unfortunately got canceled.
You know, I started watching Children of Dune and I never finished it.
I started that too, and I never got past really starting it.
Yeah.
I kept falling asleep.
It didn't have Sting in it.
Well, I kept falling asleep to Guardians of the Galaxy. I have yet to make it 15 minutes into that movie. I think it's just because I'm tired every time I sit down to watch it. I don't know.
It's a pretty good film, but it's definitely not what they proclaimed it to be, a Star Wars of this generation or whatever. And
Yeah.
unless this generation is just truly terribly retarded.
No comment.
And I guess we have to wait and see what their sequel to it's going to be, because they're going to come out with more episodes of it. So, and Star Wars didn't really pick up until the second episode anyway, so or fifth episode, whatever.
Yeah, it's really pissing me off because I thought.
See, I didn't want to get invested in that because I thought it was just going to die. That new series that they're doing the movies, I guess, about now. They're the same people in the movies, right?
What?
The new movies, are they the same people in the last Star Trek series? Was it Enterprise or something?
Well, it's from Captain Kirk in his beginning years, like right after Starfleet Academy.
Right. I know, but are they the same actors and characters?
Oh yeah, and the two new ones, they are, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I started I think I started first episode or something, and I was like, this isn't that hot, and I'm not going to get invested in it, and that involved in it to be bummed out when they discontinue it.
Okay, who's a Game of Thrones fan in here?
I am.
Ah, nice.
Still haven't watched that.
Waiting patiently. What is it, March this year or something?
I thought it was April.
April? Yeah, we got a ways to go yet.
But we should have Walking Dead here shortly, so screw it all.
Yeah.
So I might actually be able to go up to 10. If I
Yeah, man. I actually have Game of Thrones, season 1. I purchased it on right after Windows 8 came out through the Microsoft Store. And,
I'm sorry. Oh.
Yeah, I know. I'll give this a shot, and we'll see how convenient and cross-platform this thing is. Because I guess all that stuff was originated for Xbox Live, and I think it's all now back to Xbox. I'm not sure, but they completely the copyright protection completely fucked up. I was never able to watch it.
Wow.
I don't remember why, but I have a blog post about it.
I got suckered into the Game of Thrones, and I only want to watch it now because I hope that they keep coming out with something better than what I was expecting. So the first episode I watched, they had those Snow Walkers and the dragons in, and I was like, this show's fucking awesome. They're gonna have fucking frozen zombies and dragons. This is gonna be great. Entire series so far, nothing of them really at all.
Well, yeah, there has been, but it's few and far between.
Yeah, it's like very minuscule, and the dragons are like the main big part still, but.
Well, you know it's coming, though. You know winter is coming. So.
Oh my god. Yeah, they
strung me along with all this daytime show drama. Like, I don't care about you, princesses.
But it is something you can watch with your girlfriend and her get into it, though. That's kind of cool about it. So.
I'm not gonna do
that. All right, guys, I gotta hop off of here, but I will see you guys in the next couple of days.
All right, man.
Have a good one. Yep. See ya.
There's a guy on the YouTube comments that wants to know what software we're talking about. I don't know what software.
What software are we talking about?
Oh, the PC tech software, that is. Were we talking about anything specific, or I wonder if he's asking me about my stuff? Just go to foolishit.com. Yeah, that's right. We're talking about DP, which is part of the D72 package. Brantley, did you send that email to Max?
Yeah, I did. No response so far.
AVAX. See, I had AVAX, and then I got rid of it for whatever reason because I saw so many bad which is actually going to catch. Let me put it this way: out of all the free ones, what would kind of catch something?
I will. Thanks for resharing, YouTube commenter. I will. Guess I'll get a hold of Max if I don't hear from him tomorrow or something. I'll get a hold of him this weekend, but. If I'm around, I'm not sure if I'm doing my trip this weekend or not.
I'm screwed. I wish I would listened to him in the first place and just had him do Windows 7 when he could. Because I'm pissed at Windows. I would shoot with. I will never buy Windows 8 ever. Never. I will buy it. Ever.
What's the PC tech repair? What's the PC tracker?
PC repair tracker. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was listening to Tom's employee.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah. Give us, give about 250 or so. So you said just download AVAX free? Either of us, you can try them.
What were you saying about PC repair? PC repair. Maybe you guys asking about that. PC repair tracker. PC repair tracker.com. PCRT.com. It's tech. Software for tech repair shops too. And tech repair shops do their tickets and all that good stuff. So you can, it's for your tickets and customer tracking and all that good stuff. And the D7 software that I mentioned earlier can actually upload some of its reporting stuff to the PC Repair Tracker also. It's a little integration between Luke and me. If that's what you were talking about.
I think that's what it is.
And Tom was asking about others. They're I don't know if you're there, Tom, but I muted you, so sorry. The other thing was, I can unmute.
I don't want something that I have to go like it's got this.
No, yeah, I forget. So, the others are.
It's been the easiest thing I've ever done. I tried.
Nope. What? The others are repairshopr.com, and there's an M help desk.
You can also check out SpiceWorks and Connect.
You can do Spice. The SpiceWorks as a tool now for that too. Right.
Or ConnectWise.
That's big bucks.
That's what I used at my last repair job.
ConnectWise or SpiceWorks?
ConnectWise.
Oh.
SpiceWorks is more for in-house tech, is what they're aimed at. You can set it up like ConnectWise for outhouse teching, but it's much more of a pain than ConnectWise is, and ConnectWise offers a lot more features and better integrations and such. All right, we're going to run to the post office out into this apocalyptic wasteland.
All right, man.
Call outside.
Stitcher. Michael, you there, man?
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
I just, hadn't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, I just need to eat something, so I might be a little.
Yeah, I just had a bag of chips a minute ago. It was the first thing I've eaten all day. But then again, I don't have your issues.
Sorry about that. Had to chase a customer out.
No worries. I heard a lot of stuff going on, and I couldn't really get the gist of it, but it was as loud as it was, so I just muted you. Sorry.
Yeah, we refer to it as raping of the ear. He forcibly rambles on and just forces whatever he's saying into your head. You just you just want to punch the guy. He doesn't buy anything. He comes in here and has about 1 million questions once in a while. Then he leaves. Then he'll be back with 1 million more questions, and then he leaves. He works at the restaurant next door.
Yeah, they'll come in and kick the tires a bit.
All the time. He's been doing it for over 1.5 years.
Yeah.
And he's obnoxious, so it doesn't help.
This one can't get connected to the internet. Got one more thing I want to try. Did you?
reset your network sword.
Okay.
Do that. I can almost guarantee you.
Hmm. Uh, Michael, did you do that? Did you? Never mind.
I gotta make a phone call and do some other things, so I'll be away for a little bit, including eating. Thanks, guys.
Cool. Cool. That's weird. Hmm. Hmm.
Well, gentlemen, I got to run. I have a business event to go to in about a half hour or so.
Awesome, Tom. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, no problem. I'll hang out with you guys again. Hopefully it'll be a little bit quieter.
No problem. Send me a message.
All right, take care.
You too, man. Account stealing wallpaper app found in Google Play Store. It's on blog.malwarebytes.org. How can they have a .org? Seriously. Addictive tips, lifehackerreadwrite.com. Thank you, guys. Well, everybody left on me. I've been up for about 13 hours. About to call it a day, people. Oh, hey, Mr. Bubbles. Yo, Mr. Bubs. This is the internet. Internet, Mr. Bubs. Mr. Bubs is evil, according to John. But I think John's French, so I'm just kidding, man. Yeah, he's a good kitty, though. There you go. No, take off. All right. Let's make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Got lots of good stuff for the show notes. I will post show notes as a blog post on foolishit.com later on. So, Oh, nice comments. The problem is, I'm just going to read these because this is funny. Well, from one person who says, earlier we were talking about the new lube and the vagina lube made of pot. And it is, the problem is your vagina is hungry afterwards and needs to snack. I'm going to make a whitelist. Oh, never mind. Completely two different comments. It's coding time, bitches. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, let's see if I left anything out. I'm gonna check the forums again. See, everybody on the forums really wants to hear from me. I probably have now, but no one's responding. That's okay. I don't care. Get the rest of that stuff taken care of soon enough. All right, people, I'm gonna go relax. Have some dinner. Go to sleep. Get up. Do some work. Do some more work. Do some more work. And then I'll be back here on the internets. Feel free to tune in. Yeah, that was it. All right, thanks for watching.